Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. My husband, our dogs, and I once rented a Queenslander-style house in Australia. If you're not familiar, a Queenslander is an old wooden house, built high up on stilts to handle floods and hot, humid weather. The ground level is usually enclosed with wooden palings and used for storage, parking a boat, or as a laundry area. We loved the house at first. It was peaceful, surrounded by nature, and perfect for long country walks with our dogs. The neighbors were friendly but kept to themselves, and everything seemed idyllic. But something about the laundry area beneath the house made me uneasy. It was gloomy even during the day, which wasn't unusual, but there was something else, a strange smell, an oppressive feeling that I couldn't shake. At first I told myself it was just my imagination. Then I noticed that the dogs didn't like it either. They slept downstairs, and at night, we'd often hear them whining. During the day, when I went down to do the laundry, they would pace around nervously, distracted by something I couldn't see. I tried to ignore it, pushing through the uneasiness whenever I had chores to do, but I always felt like I was being watched. Hanging clothes on the indoor clothesline during wet weather was the worst. I would flinch at every little noise, convinced someone was standing behind the clothes, watching me. It wasn't just fear, I also felt a deep sadness when I was down there, like a weight pressing down on my chest. Some days I couldn't stand it. I would bolt out of there, feeling sick and suffocated. Upstairs, everything was normal, for the most part. The only strange thing that happened inside the house was one night when I woke up to my dinner being slowly pulled off me. I wasn't too concerned at the time, chalking it up to the blanket just slipping off on its own. At that time, we were sleeping in the back bedroom, which had French doors leading out to the veranda and back stairs that led down to the garage and laundry. That winter, we decided to move into the front bedroom, since it was warmer. It had a bay window that extended out toward the front of the house. That's when things took a turn for the worse. One night, we woke to a deep, low growl from our male dog. He had never growled like that before. He was a goofy, lovable pup, not the kind of dog to growl at nothing. Then we heard it. A soft, high-pitched male voice, coming from directly below us, right where our dogs' beds were. "It's okay, puppy dogs, it's okay." We both froze. For a moment, we were too scared to move. Someone was either under our house or standing right beneath our window, talking to our dogs through the wooden palings. The voice was calm, almost soothing, but it sent chills down my spine. I mustered the courage to go to the bay window and look down, but there was no one there. Everything was still. My husband grabbed a torch and checked downstairs, but he found nothing, just the dogs still unsettled. He brought them inside for the night. We stayed in that house for a year, saving money for a deposit on our first home. Despite our experiences, we were excited to move on. Then, just days before we left, a neighbor from across the street, someone we had never spoken to before, approached us. He asked casually, "So, did you guys ever have any problems in that house?" We hesitated. "Why do you ask?" That's when he told us what had happened just 8 weeks before we moved in. The previous tenants had been a young couple. A few days before Christmas, they had a falling out, and the woman packed her things and left. A few days later, the neighbors noticed a terrible smell coming from the house. They called the authorities, and when they arrived, they discovered that the young man had taken his own life. He had gassed himself in his car, which was parked under the house, right in the laundry area. Our blood ran cold. The voice talking to the dogs. The overwhelming sadness I felt in the laundry. The strange smell. It had been him all along. The rental agent never told us anything about what had happened before we moved in. We had been living with his presence the entire time. As unsettling as it was, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He had lost someone he loved. He had died alone, just days before Christmas. And for some reason, he never left. We were relieved to be moving, but even after all these years, I still think about him. I wonder if he ever found peace. I hope he did. Three years ago, when I started dating my boyfriend, Elle, everything seemed normal. We moved in together almost immediately, and for a while, life was good. Then, I started noticing some bizarre sleep behaviors from him, things that went far beyond simple sleepwalking or night terrors. At first, it was small things. Some nights, he would sit up in bed, cross-legged, mumbling or shouting in his sleep. Other nights, I would wake up to find him standing in a corner, motionless, his head tilted just an inch away from the wall, almost like he was listening to something. Then came the bat incident. One night, I woke up to Elle standing over me, gripping a bat. He was completely asleep but looked ready to attack something unseen. I shouted his name, shaking him awake. When he snapped out of it, he looked terrified. He told me he had been dreaming about the man in the suit and hat. At first, I brushed it off as a severe night terror. But as the episodes became more frequent and more intense, I began to realize this wasn't just a dream. We started calling the shadowy figure Frank, inspired by the rabbit in Donnie Darko. But Frank was not imaginary. Elle wasn't just dreaming about him. Frank appeared in our room. Elle described him as a tall, dark silhouette of a man wearing a militant uniform, similar to a Nazi officer's attire, with a peaked hat. He never had a clear face, just a presence that radiated authority, malice, and control. Frank had 3 favorite spots in our bedroom. Sitting in the computer chair at our desk, as if he were watching us. Standing in the same corner where I once found Elle standing right over my side of the bed. I could never see him, but I could feel him. The air in the room felt heavy, suffocating. It was like something was always watching me, waiting. The worst part? Frank spoke. Not in English, but in an unintelligible, distorted language that sounded ancient and unnatural. Elle somehow understood him. Sometimes, Elle would respond in German, but he did not speak German in waking life. It only happened when Frank was there. Even in every dream Elle had for 2 years, Frank was always present. Sometimes in the background, sometimes actively interacting with him. As time passed, Elle changed. He became exhausted, weak, unmotivated, and deeply depressed. It was as if something was draining him. Then, one night, I woke up to Elle talking in his sleep. But this time, he wasn't just muttering. He was having a full conversation with Frank. His voice was calm, steady. I shook him, trying to wake him up. He barely responded. It was as if he was in a deep trance. When I finally got him to snap out of it, I demanded to know what Frank had been saying. Elle didn't want to tell me at first. But eventually he admitted it. Frank wanted to be inside him. This terrified me. I had suspected for some time that Frank was not just a hallucination or a nightmare. He was something darker, something evil. I begged Elle not to let him in. But Elle didn't listen. He believed Frank would make him stronger. I contacted my church, asking for a house blessing. At first, they agreed to help, but when I explained what was happening, they never called back. Then, one night, I woke up and heard Elle whispering. I turned over, and my blood went cold. Elle was giving Frank permission to enter him. I tried to shake him awake, to snap him out of it. But I knew, it was too late. That was the last night Elle had any night disturbances. But his personality changed completely. He became aggressive, violent, and reckless. He started setting fires in the woods a mile from our house. He even set fire to an abandoned house next door. He became obsessed with destruction. He began using drugs, which only made his erratic, frightening behavior worse. One night, I woke up and saw Elle sitting up in bed. Something about it felt wrong. I called his name. No response. I called again. Nothing. Then I said, "Frank." El slowly turned his head toward me, his face twisted into a slow, eerie smile. I screamed. It was the most inhuman expression I had ever seen. My scream must have broken whatever hold Frank had on him, because El blinked and snapped out of it. He didn't even remember sitting up. That was the moment I knew I had to get rid of Frank. After much pleading, I convinced El to try and banish him. That night, El spoke to Frank, but oddly, he said he was communicating through another entity named Steve. It was as if Frank had a mediator. El described a full conversation between him, Frank, and Steve, though I only heard one side of it. Then, El turned to me and said, "Frank warned that you're next." That was the last time we ever saw Frank. El never dreamed of him again. The presence in our room vanished overnight. But I still think about it all the time. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was a shared delusion, a sleep disorder, or even mental illness. But I felt something in that room. Something real. Something dark. I don't know what Frank was. A demon? A shadow entity? A malevolent spirit? But I do know one thing. El invited it in. And whatever it was more than just a dream. It all started when my friends and I were in 4th grade. We were introduced to spirit boards and found them fascinating. The idea of talking to spirits intrigued us, so we decided to try it ourselves. We played with the board a few times, but we were never fully convinced it was real. The planchette moved, but we always suspected that someone among us was pushing it. By the time we reached 5th grade, strange things started happening. A boy from 4th grade suddenly lost control one day. Out of nowhere, he attacked a girl in his class, hitting her aggressively. The fight escalated quickly, and then, just as suddenly, he froze. His entire demeanor changed, and he looked completely shaken. He kept repeating, "I didn't mean to do that," over and over again, his voice full of fear. It was clear he wasn't lying. One of our teachers, who was experienced in spiritual matters, decided to intervene. The next day, she took the boy into a classroom alone, locked the door, and told my friends and me to wait outside. After some time, she came out, followed by the boy, who seemed calm. She told us that whatever had been inside him was now gone. She didn't explain much, but I believed her. From that day on, the boy never acted out again. Years later, things got even stranger. One morning, one of my friends sent us a message, completely freaked out. She had woken up in the middle of the night, and seen something standing in her doorway. It was tall as the doorframe, pure black, and grinning. But it wasn't a friendly smile. It was unsettling, almost threatening, like it was planning something sinister. She had never lied to us before, and the fear in her voice convinced us that she was telling the truth. She also revealed something else. Back when we were in 6th grade, she had gone to the school bathroom, entered a cubicle, and saw hoof prints on the floor. At the time, she dismissed it as nothing, but now she wondered if it was connected to what she had seen that night. She was scared because she remembered that the devil was often depicted with hooves. Another friend shared a strange experience of her own. She had been in her mom's room, casually taking pictures of the curtains. When she looked at one of the pictures, she saw something standing in front of the curtains. She hadn't seen it in real life, but it was there in the photo, an eerie, shadowy figure. Our third friend had recently moved out of her old house, which had always felt unsettling to us. Everyone who visited it would leave saying, "This house is haunted." Strange things happened there all the time. Handprints appeared on the TV screen, even though they didn't match anyone in the house. Their dog would bark at thin air, as if seeing something no one else could. We often saw shadows moving across the rooms, flickering from one corner to another. One of the creepiest incidents involved one of the house servants. One night, at exactly midnight, he opened the gate to let my friend's dad in. While waiting, he happened to glance up at the terrace and saw my friend's sister standing there, singing softly. It was an odd sight, but he didn't think much of it until the next day. When he asked her if she had been outside at midnight, she looked confused and told him she had been asleep the entire night. Even my own family had unexplained experiences. When my sister was younger, she used to talk to someone she called Dave. She insisted he was her friend. I never thought much of it until one day, I found her crying. When I asked her what was wrong, she told me that Dave had hit her. I got angry, assuming she was making it up, and demanded the truth. But she kept saying the same thing, clutching her shoulder and insisting. "He hurt my shoulder." The way she said it made my blood run cold. Now, whenever I ask her about it, she claims she doesn't remember anything and insists that it never happened. Not long after, I had my own terrifying encounter. One night, I woke up to use the bathroom. On my way back to bed, I saw something in the corridor. It was a shadowy figure, towering up to the ceiling. I froze. Everyone in the house was asleep, so there was no explanation for what I was seeing. I cautiously stepped forward to see if someone was there, but when I reached the spot, there was nothing. A year or two later, we moved out of that house, and I was relieved. Eventually, my friends and I shared all our experiences with each other. Out of curiosity and desperation for answers, we decided to use the Ouija board again. This time, we asked if the entity we had all seen, the shadowy figure, the thing in the doorway, the presence in my friend's old house, was the same spirit. To our horror, the board answered yes. That alone was terrifying, but things got even worse. One of my friends, the one who had taken the picture of the curtains, decided to test the spirit. She jokingly asked it to hurt another one of our friends, the same friend who had seen the hoof prints in the bathroom. She didn't mean it seriously. She just wanted to see if the board was real. The next day, that friend injured her chest muscles. She hadn't done anything that could have caused it. It was completely unexpected. We were all scared out of our minds. We used the board again and asked if the spirit had been responsible. It said yes. After that, things escalated. The same friend who had been hurt reported hearing whispers in her ear. I, too, heard a whisper when we moved into our new house. And worst of all, we started seeing the black figure at school, outside the windows, inside the classroom, watching us. We don't know what to do. It's not just one of us experiencing it, it's all of us. And it keeps following us, no matter where we go. A few years ago, I had a paranormal experience that shook me to my core. Though I've had several eerie encounters before, nothing has ever impacted me quite like this. It happened on a dreary Monday morning, and even now, I can't forget what I saw. That previous Friday evening, I had set up a small tent in the living room for my kids. It was just for fun, a little indoor camping adventure for the weekend. By Monday morning, the tent was still standing because my kids had begged me to leave it up a little longer. That morning, they had already left for school, and I was sitting on the couch, sipping coffee, enjoying the quiet before starting my day. Everything was perfectly normal until I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, something shifting inside the tent. My first thought was the cat. We have an outdoor cat that sometimes sneaks inside, so I assumed she had slipped into the tent without me noticing. I turned to look, fully expecting to see the cat curled up inside. But what I saw instead is something I will never forget for as long as I live. Inside the tent, in the far back corner, was a little boy. At least, I think it was a boy. He was huddled up, his knees drawn to his chest, arms wrapped around his legs. He was sitting completely still, staring straight at me. It lasted only a second or two, but I saw him clearly. And then, he was gone. Just gone. The space where he had been sitting was completely empty. I didn't hear anything. I didn't feel a breeze, no blur, no fading. He simply wasn't there anymore. I just sat there, my heart pounding, my hands gripping the coffee mug, trying to process what had just happened. Needless to say, the tent came down immediately. I packed it up and never set it up again. At first, I thought maybe the tent had something to do with what I saw, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that couldn't be the case. It was a brand new tent. I had bought it at Target, still in its packaging before I set it up. There was no history to it, nothing that could explain what happened. And then, a few weeks later, something even stranger happened, this time, without the tent. A friend of mine stopped by my house unexpectedly when I wasn't home. She had no idea that I wasn't there, so she knocked on the front door several times, waiting for someone to answer. After getting no response, she decided to go around to the back door and knock there, thinking maybe I just hadn't heard her. The back door is made of glass, so you can see straight into the house from outside. And that's when she saw it. She later told me that she saw the back of my daughter, walking into her bedroom. She assumed my daughter had ignored the knocking, which confused her because she knew my daughter wouldn't usually do that. Still, she kept knocking, calling out, but no one ever answered. Frustrated, she took out her phone and called me. When I picked up, she immediately asked, "Why did you leave the kids home alone?" I was confused. I told her I was at my mom's house, and so were both of my kids. There was no one home. That's when she froze. Then, without another word, she took off running, full speed through the bushes, racing to her car to get away from the house as fast as she could. 5 minutes later, she arrived at my mom's house. She was shaking like a leaf, out of breath, and had bloody scratches all over her neck from the branches she had run through. She kept saying, "I saw her. I swear to God I saw her." When we finally went back to my house later that day, we noticed something even more unsettling. When we had left the house earlier that day, my daughter's bedroom door had been wide open. But now, it was nearly closed. I still have no explanation for what I saw in that tent that morning, or what my friends saw in my house weeks later. But I know what I saw. And it changed me. Before this experience, I had never been afraid of the dark. I always slept in pitch black darkness, even after having other paranormal encounters in my life. But after this, I am a grown woman who will forever sleep with the hallway light on. The house where all of this happened is in Greenwood, just off Main Street. My dad told me it was built in 1955, and it has been in our family ever since. It originally belonged to my grandparents, but my grandpa passed away in the house in 1995, and my grandmother moved out soon after. Since then, the house has been a temporary home for different family members who needed a place to stay during tough times. Right now, it's just my dad and me living here. When you walk in through the front door, you step directly into the living room. To the right of the living room is a large family room, which is one step down from the main floor. There's a railing on both sides of this step. The family room layout is simple. A couch faces the living room, with its back against a wall shared with the garage. Across from the couch is a large fish tank, and to the right of the fish tank sits the TV. Near the TV, there's a doorway leading to the kitchen, which connects both the family room and the living room. My dad's computer desk and chair are placed just in front of this doorway. To the left of the living room, a hallway leads to my bedroom, which is at the very end. Even though I've lived here for a while, strange things have happened, things that neither my dad nor I can explain. The first experience happened in the living room. My dad was sitting at his computer desk, and I was in my bedroom watching TV. Suddenly, I heard him say, "What are you doing?" At first, I thought maybe he was on the phone or muttering to himself, but something about his tone felt off. Curious, I got up and walked into the living room. "Who are you talking to?" I asked. He looked at me, confused. "You." I frowned. "I was in my bedroom." He seemed genuinely startled. "I saw someone standing behind the railing, peering into the family room," he said slowly. "They were wearing a white t-shirt." That's when I got chills. I wasn't even wearing white that day. The second experience happened in the family room, late at night. It was past midnight, and I was sitting on the couch, using my laptop. The TV was off since my dad had already gone to bed. I was starting to feel tired, my eyes drooping, when suddenly, I heard someone clear their throat. The sound came from right next to me. Immediately, my mind jumped to the most logical explanation. Maybe my dad had woken up and come into the family room for a cigarette. I snapped my eyes open and looked toward the computer chair. Empty. The whole room was silent. I glanced down the hallway. My dad's bedroom door was still shut. He hadn't come out at all. I didn't stick around to figure out what made the noise. I grabbed my things and went straight to bed. The third experience was in my bedroom, during the late morning. I had been asleep, lying on my left side, facing my dresser with a mirror on top. As I started to wake up, my eyes barely open, I saw something in the mirror. It was a woman. She had red hair and wore a white dress. She was floating above me. In a split second, my body tensed, and I turned my head to look above me. No one was there. I quickly looked back into the mirror, but she was gone. The strangest part? I didn't feel scared. Unlike the other experiences, this one felt peaceful. There was no cold chill, no sense of dread. Just calm. I don't know who she was or why she appeared, but something about her presence felt different from the rest. I shrugged it off and went about my day, but deep down, I knew this house still holds something. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. In 1982, I was spending the night with my paternal grandparents in their small Bonneville home in Washington Terrace, Utah. I stayed with them often since my mom was a student at Weber State University and worked late at Standard Optical. Because of her busy schedule, I spent a lot of my evenings with my grandparents. It was a Saturday night, and my grandmother and I had just turned on the TV. One of my favorite shows, but also one of the scariest, was about to start, Saturday Night Nightmares. I had talked my grandma into watching it with me, even though she wasn't much of a fan of scary things. At 10 p.m., she got up to grab my sleeping bag and a pillow so I could lay on the living room floor while watching the show. The living room had 4 large bay windows stretching across the front of the house, and the TV was positioned right next to one of them against the wall. As I was crawling into my sleeping bag, I got a strange, unsettling feeling in my stomach. Something told me to look out the windows. I didn't know why, but I turned my head toward the furthest window from where I was laying, and that's when I saw it. Pressing against the glass, staring straight at me, was a white, misty, skeleton-like face. It had no body, just a terrifying, hollow-eyed face, floating there, watching me. I screamed for my grandmother. She came rushing into the room, asking what was wrong. I pointed toward the window, my voice shaking. Look! Look at the last window! But when she turned her head, it was gone. She didn't see anything. I tried to explain to her what I had just seen, but she brushed it off, saying I had been watching too many scary shows. And to be fair, at that point in my life, I was obsessed with horror. But I knew what I saw, and it wasn't my imagination. I was too terrified to lay near the windows anymore, so I dragged my sleeping bag and pillow away from them, just far enough that I wouldn't be able to see the face again. But no matter how much I tried to calm down, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Even after I had moved, it felt like I was still watching it, and it was still watching me. The fear was so overwhelming that my grandma suggested we just turn off the TV and go to bed. That night, I slept in her bed with her, but I couldn't sleep at all. My mind kept racing, terrified that the face would somehow make its way inside the house. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell asleep. The next morning, the first thing I did was rush to the windows to make sure it was gone. And thankfully it was. Even though it never reappeared, I never forgot that face. The hollow stare, the eerie mist, the way it lingered at the window. I can still picture it perfectly in my mind to this day. Life had finally started moving forward after I was discharged from the hospital. My days were beginning to fall back into routine, and I was reconnecting with friends, relatives, and colleagues. Wanting to ensure I remained in good health, I even incorporated new habits into my morning schedule: early wake-ups, brisk walks, light exercise, and a focus on overall well-being. From the outside, everything seemed to be getting better, but deep down, I knew something was off. No matter how bright or happy my surroundings were, I carried an unexplainable sadness within me. It felt as if I had lost something important, though I couldn't understand what. I tried to distract myself, filling my time with work and activities, but nothing helped. The sadness deepened with each passing day. Slowly, I started withdrawing from conversations, avoiding people, and locking myself in my room for hours without food or water. My health took a serious hit, and my parents became increasingly worried. They saw me losing weight, growing weaker, and barely speaking. I could see the concern in their eyes, but I felt helpless against the strange emptiness consuming me. 2.5 months ago, my mother, deeply worried about my condition, took me to a local exorcist. She feared that I had fallen under the influence of negative energy, or a malicious spirit. During the incantation, she placed calendars in my bedroom, each one containing images of Hindu deities, believing their presence would offer protection. At first, it seemed to work. After just a few sessions, I felt lighter, happier, and more like my old self. Within 10 days, my energy returned, and for the first time in months, I believed everything had returned to normal. But my relief was short-lived. Every Friday, without fail, I returned home from work to find something strange. The calendars that contained deity images were always inverted, flipped upside down on the wall, yet every other poster in my room remained untouched. The first time it happened, I was confused. I called my mother and younger brother to see if they had moved anything, but they were just as clueless as I was. The window in my bedroom, which I always locked before leaving for work, was still securely shut. No one could have entered from outside. My mother straightened the calendars, sprinkled holy water, and whispered mantras for protection. The following Friday, I stepped into my room only to see the same thing again. The deity images were all inverted. This time, my mother took additional precautions. She placed 2 idols in my room, one of Lord Shiva on my work table and another of Goddess Kali on the skylight above the window. She was certain that this would stop whatever was happening, and I wanted to believe that too. Then came the 3rd Friday, and things escalated into something truly terrifying. As I entered my room, my heart pounded as I saw that not only were the calendars inverted once again, but the idols my mother had placed for protection had been shattered. The figurine of Lord Shiva was broken into pieces on my desk, while the idol of Goddess Kali lay in ruins beneath the skylight. My bedsheet was in complete disarray, as if someone had been jumping on it violently. The entire room reeked of a foul, decaying stench, something so putrid that I had to cover my nose. It felt as though something unnatural had defiled my space. That same evening, my younger brother saw something unsettling. As he was leaving to buy groceries, he noticed a middle-aged woman in a red sari hurriedly climbing the stairs and entering our apartment. He assumed she was a visitor, maybe someone from the neighborhood, or a relative my mother had invited over. But when he returned home and asked her about it, she was visibly confused. "What visitor?" "No one came," she said firmly. He insisted he had seen the woman in red, detailing how she had walked past him and entered the house. My mother swore that no one had arrived. At that moment, unease settled over all of us. Who had my brother seen? If no one had entered, then who, or what, had he witnessed? At dinner, we discussed the strange occurrences, trying to make sense of everything: the inverted calendars, the broken idols, the disturbed bedsheets, and now, the mysterious woman in red. Something was clearly wrong. That night, I refused to sleep alone. I stayed in my brother's room, hoping for some peace. But even in a different room, sleep eluded me. I could feel a presence, a shadowy figure hovering close by, watching us. The air felt thick, suffocating. Every sound, every whisper of the wind against the windows sent chills down my spine. By Sunday, my family could no longer ignore what was happening. We called a priest to perform a cleansing ritual, blessing the apartment to remove any lingering negativity. The ceremony was long, and the priest murmured prayers while burning incense, walking through each room, sprinkling holy water, and chanting mantras for protection. We felt a temporary sense of relief, but deep down, I wasn't sure if it was truly over. The question that haunted me the most was, why my room? What was so special about it? Had I unknowingly invited something into our home? Then, a terrifying realization dawned upon me. A few months ago, I had seen a woman wrapped in red near a cremation ground. I had brushed it off as something insignificant at the time, but what if that woman had been more than just a passerby? Had I drawn her spirit to me? Had she followed me home that night? For now, things seemed normal. The calendars remained untouched last Friday, and I am hoping, desperately hoping, that whatever was haunting me has finally left. But deep inside, I still feel a lingering unease. I keep reminding myself that the last time I thought it was over, I was wrong. And I fear that I might be wrong again. My grandparents lived next door to us throughout my childhood. As they grew older, they could no longer care for themselves, and eventually, both had to move into a nursing home. To help cover the costs of their care, my father decided to rent out their house to different tenants over the years. Many people came and went through those doors, and for a long time, it was just another ordinary home. But one particular tenant, a middle-aged man and his son, unknowingly set into motion a chain of events that would lead to something truly unsettling. This man was friends with a woman who was known for being well-traveled. She had spent years collecting artifacts from far-off places, filling her own house with them. When she had to move, she asked if she could use the attic of my grandparents' house to store some of her belongings. The tenant agreed, and soon, several of her items were placed in the house's attic. Over time, she either forgot about them or simply didn't care to take them back. One of these items was an elegant, oval-shaped mirror, beautifully crafted, old, and foreign-looking. When the paranormal activity began in the house, none of us suspected it had anything to do with the mirror. But looking back now, it seems like the missing puzzle piece that ties everything together. My older sister, Jen, moved into the house after the last tenants left. She lived there with our middle sister, Lucy, for a while. But when Lucy bought a house with her boyfriend, Jen was left living there alone. For a long time, nothing out of the ordinary happened. It was just an old house with memories of our grandparents. Things changed, however, after our grandmother passed away. My father decided it was time to sell the house, so he put it on the market. That was when everything took a disturbing turn. It wasn't until much later that Jen confessed she had been experiencing strange occurrences from the very beginning. She told us she had always heard what sounded like the labored breathing of a middle-aged man in her bedroom. The sound would come late at night when everything was quiet, a deep, heavy breath as if someone was struggling to inhale. She had never mentioned it before because she thought it was just a small, strange thing, perhaps a trick of her imagination or the house settling in an odd way. But after the house was listed for sale, what had been mild, occasional disturbances turned into full-blown, undeniable paranormal activity. I later learned that moving furniture and placing a house on the market can sometimes trigger hauntings. Spirits, if present, may become agitated by the disruption. This seemed to be the case in my grandparents' house. The activity escalated quickly. Jen started hearing heavy footsteps pacing down the hallway outside her bedroom. At times, she would hear what sounded like furniture or large objects being dragged across the floor in the spare room next to hers. But every time she checked, everything was exactly where it should be. It wasn't just sounds, she saw things too. While watching television in the dining room, she would catch glimpses of movement from the corner of her eye. Once, she turned quickly enough to see a shadowy figure walking through the dining room before vanishing into thin air. At other times, she would suddenly smell the unmistakable scent of tobacco smoke. No one in our family smoked, and no visitors ever did either, yet the thick, pungent smell would come and go without explanation. The closer she got to moving out, the worse it became. Cold spots would appear in different areas of the house, especially near her bedroom door. Sometimes, she would hear clicking sounds in the air as if someone was snapping their fingers or tapping lightly on glass. Personal belongings started going missing, only to turn up in bizarre places. But one of the most disturbing experiences happened when she was woken up in the middle of the night by a man's voice. She was still groggy, but the voice was deep and clear. It spoke her name. That wasn't the only time she woke up to something strange. On one occasion, she felt her blankets slowly being pulled up, as if someone was tucking her in. There was no one in the room with her. Another night, she opened her eyes to see a strange, glowing, rippling light moving through the air above her bed. She had no explanation for it. Even in daylight, the activity continued. She sometimes felt a sharp pinch on her arm or leg as she stepped into her bedroom, as if an unseen hand had reached out and grabbed her. The last and perhaps strangest thing that happened before she left the house was when she woke up one morning to hear a man's voice speaking in Italian. The word was spoken clearly, but she didn't understand it at the time. It wasn't until later that she looked it up and realized the word scopata had been whispered in her ear. By this point, she was ready to leave the house behind. I suggested she burn sage and perform a cleansing ritual, but she didn't think it was necessary. She reasoned that since she was moving anyway, there was no point in trying to fix something that she would soon be rid of. So she packed her things and temporarily moved into our family home while searching for a new place. Because there wasn't much space for all of her belongings, most of them were stored in the hallway. Among them was the oval-shaped mirror, the same one that had been left behind in the attic by the well-traveled woman. One day, not long after Jen had moved in with us, something unexpected happened. My father was in another part of the house when he suddenly heard a loud crash. He rushed out into a hallway to find that a number of stacked items had fallen over in a domino effect, ending with a heavy impact against the mirror. The glass had shattered completely. As my father cleaned up the mess, he noticed something strange behind the broken glass. There was a folded-up piece of newspaper wedged between the mirror's backing and the frame. Curious, he pulled it out and unfolded it. The newspaper was an old article about a football match, and the entire thing was written in Italian. Upon further inspection, we realized that the mirror itself had been made in Italy. Suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. My sister and I started discussing the possibility that the entity haunting her house had been tied to the mirror all along. If the mirror had been taken from someone's home, perhaps even an antique shop in Italy, could it have carried something with it? Could a spirit have been trapped within its glass, unknowingly brought into my grandparents' house when it was stored in the attic? It seemed too strange to be a coincidence. My sister had heard an Italian voice, and now, we had found an old Italian newspaper hidden inside the mirror. My family, for the most part, was skeptical, but even they admitted that the entire situation was eerily unsettling. After the mirror broke, nothing unusual happened in our house. It was as if whatever presence had been attached to it had finally been released. Whether that meant the spirit was gone for good or simply had moved on to some other place, we will never know. What I do know is that ever since then, my sister has never experienced anything paranormal again. She eventually found a new place to live, and this time, she made sure to bring nothing old or second-hand with her. To this day, whenever we talk about what happened in that house, we can't help but wonder, had that mirror really been the source of everything? From as early as I can remember, my life has been filled with bad luck, strange occurrences, and a constant feeling of something unseen hovering over me. I never gave much thought to the idea of spirits or attachments until recently when I learned that my mother has been seeing the same figure that has haunted me for years. The revelation sent chills down my spine, making me question whether this thing, whatever it is, had been following not just me, but my family for generations. My mother once told me a story about how, when she was younger, she had a terrifying experience with a Ouija board. Whatever she had summoned had frightened her so much that she had to have a priest bless her. For a long time, I never connected her past to mine, but now, I wonder, did whatever she encountered latch onto me? Has it been lurking in the background, waiting for the right moments to make itself known? My childhood was not easy. I was raised in an abusive household, surrounded by violence and trauma that left deep scars on me. At a young age, I lost both my father and my best friend to suicide. That kind of loss never truly leaves you, and for a long time, I carried that pain inside, not knowing what to do with it. Looking back, I believe that something used my suffering as an entry point into my life. The first time I saw it, I was around 12 years old. I had been drawn to the occult, fascinated by things I didn't fully understand. My room was decorated with symbols, and I had started performing rituals, stupid, reckless things that I thought were harmless at the time. Then one night, I woke up to find a dark figure standing at the foot of my bed. It wasn't just a shadow, it had weight, presence. I could feel it watching me, and as I stared in terror, it reached for my blanket and started pulling it away from me. I was completely paralyzed. I wanted to scream, to move, to fight back, but my body wouldn't respond. All I could do was lie there, helpless, as this thing loomed over me. When it finally vanished, I lay awake for hours, too afraid to close my eyes. I tried to convince myself it had been a dream, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. That was only the beginning. Over the years, the figure continued to appear. Sometimes, it would be standing in my doorway, its long fingers wrapping around the frame as if it were peeking in at me. Other times, I would hear scratching sounds coming from inside my wardrobe. One night, after gathering enough courage, I opened the door and found deep, jagged scratches on the inside, marks that hadn't been there before. They looked like they had been made by claws or fingernails, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been trapped inside, trying to claw its way out. After that, my life spiraled. I struggled with addiction, falling deeper into a self-destructive cycle that I couldn't escape from. A voice in my head, one that wasn't mine, would urge me to do things, whispering intrusive thoughts that I couldn't silence. It became harder to ignore, harder to fight against. My depression worsened, my thoughts darkened, and I withdrew from the world. For a while, the figure seemed to fade. But a year ago, after an 8-year relationship ended, I found myself at my lowest point. I was drowning in pain, loneliness, and self-hatred. In a moment of weakness, I got involved with the occult again. I was present when someone deliberately summoned a demon, and I don't know if it was that specific ritual or just my vulnerability. But after that night, the figure returned, and this time, it never left. It started appearing every single night. No matter where I was, no matter what I did, it was there. I would wake up to find it looming over me, its shadow stretching across the ceiling like a stain that couldn't be erased. If I moved to the couch, it would appear on the opposite wall, watching. If I turned on the lights, the oppressive feeling of its presence would remain, thick in the air, impossible to ignore. The sense of being watched became unbearable. Then the electrical disturbances started. Lights flickered, appliances turned on and off, even ones that weren't plugged in. I had no way to explain it. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining things, that maybe the stress was getting to me. But it kept happening, over and over again. With each passing day, my life unraveled further. I lost jobs under circumstances beyond my control, leading to financial struggles that only added to my stress. My depression deepened, dragging me into a dark place where even thoughts of ending it all began creeping in. I lost more loved ones, faced constant misfortune, and felt like my very identity was being chipped away. I had always been an outgoing, friendly person, but now, I barely recognized myself. I had become withdrawn, quiet, filled with an anger that simmered beneath the surface. I felt like a stranger in my own skin. The worst part? I wasn't the only one suffering. My mother confided in me that she, too, had started seeing the shadowy figure. She described it exactly as I had seen it, tall, dark, featureless, always lurking just at the edge of perception. The realization sent chills through me. If she was seeing it too, then this thing wasn't just a hallucination or a product of my imagination. It was real. I knew I couldn't keep living like this. I needed help. I finally made the decision to seek counseling, to find some way to regain control over my life before this thing completely destroyed me. I don't know what it is, whether it's a demon, a spirit, or some kind of parasitic entity that feeds off of suffering, but I know it has latched onto me. It thrives on my pain, my weakness, my despair. And every time I hit rock bottom, it tightens its grip. I don't know how to get rid of it. I've read about exorcisms, cleansing rituals, ways to sever attachments, but I don't know if any of it will work. All I know is that I can't keep living in fear. This thing has stolen too much from me already. I just hope that, before it takes everything, I find a way to fight back. The year was 2003, and I was in my final year of senior college in Mumbai. My family had recently purchased a new house, which was larger and more modern than the one we were living in. It was in the same neighborhood, which made things convenient. However, before we could move in, we decided to renovate the interiors, as the previous owner had left the house looking dull and outdated. Since my college schedule ran from early morning until noon, I was given the responsibility of supervising the renovation work in the afternoons. Every day, I would come home from college, eat lunch, and then head over to the new house to oversee the laborers. They worked tirelessly from morning until sunset, after which I would lock up the house and return home. The renovation took over 2 weeks, as the house was quite large and required extensive work. With my final exams approaching, I realized I needed a quiet place to focus on my studies. The new house, though still under renovation, seemed like the perfect place to concentrate without distractions. My study habits had always leaned toward late-night sessions, where silence allowed me to focus better. One evening, I informed my mother of my plan to start spending my nights at the new house, studying and sleeping there until the renovations were completed. My mother was strongly against the idea. She insisted that it was inauspicious to stay in a house before a proper housewarming puja was performed. She believed that the house needed to be blessed and purified before anyone could spend the night there. My father, however, dismissed her concerns, telling her that these were mere superstitions and that nothing bad would happen. At the time, I also didn't believe in such things and assured my mother that I would be fine. Ignoring her warnings, I packed a few essentials, a couple of books, a water bottle, a torch, an alarm clock, and an old mattress, and headed to the new house. Since the house was still under renovation, there was no furniture, and most of the electrical fixtures hadn't been installed. The living room window had been removed to make way for a modern sliding one, and there was only a single working light bulb in the entire house. The wiring was being replaced, so there were no fans or additional lights. Moreover, the house was on the top floor of the building, making it even more isolated. I arrived at around 11:30 p.m., turned on the lone bulb in the living room, spread my mattress on the floor, and got lost in my studies. Time passed quickly, and when I glanced at my clock, I saw that it was already 2:40 a.m. Exhausted, I decided to sleep since I had college the next morning. The night was cold, and a full moon cast its glow over the city. Its silvery light filtered through the open window, casting long shadows inside the dimly lit room. I have never been a deep sleeper, but that night, fatigue took over, and I fell into a heavy, almost comatose slumber. However, something pulled me back to consciousness. At first, it was distant, the sound of stray dogs barking and howling madly outside on the street. The noise was loud, aggressive, and unnatural, but I was too tired to pay much attention. Then I felt it. Something was crawling onto my mattress. It was subtle at first, like a shifting of weight beside me. I tried to dismiss it, thinking it was my imagination. But then, I felt the unmistakable sensation of something moving next to me. My heart pounded in my chest, and I slowly became more awake. At first, I thought I was at home in my familiar bedroom, but as my senses sharpened, I remembered where I was. The movement didn't stop. A shiver ran down my spine as I carefully turned my body from my right arm to my left, trying to see what was beside me. And that's when I saw her. In the dim glow of the moonlight, a woman lay next to me. She was wearing a traditional sari, her long black hair untied, cascading over her shoulders. A bright red bindi adorned her forehead, and her lips curved into a chilling smile. But her eyes, her wide, glowing red eyes, stared straight into mine. She was translucent. I could see the wall behind her, her form flickering as if she weren't entirely there. A cold wave of terror paralyzed me. I could neither move nor breathe. My mind screamed, but my body refused to respond. The entity continued to smile, her teeth stark white against her darkened lips. In that moment, pure instinct took over. I bolted upright, lunged for the light switch, and flooded the room with the yellow glow of the bulb. And just like that, she was gone. The room was exactly as it had been before I had gone to sleep. No disturbance, no trace of the woman. Yet my body remained frozen with fear. My back was pressed against the main door, my breath coming in short gasps. The barking of the dogs outside had grown louder, reaching a terrifying crescendo, as if they, too, sensed something unnatural. I grabbed my torch, my hands trembling, and forced myself to check every room. The kitchen, the bathrooms, the bedrooms, everything was exactly as it should have been. The windows and doors were still shut. Yet I couldn't shake the overwhelming sense that something was watching me. I checked my watch. It was 3:30 a.m. The thought of her returning made my skin crawl. I debated calling my parents, but I didn't want to alarm them in the middle of the night. I thought about cycling home, but the mere idea of stepping outside in the dark filled me with dread. Waking the neighbors crossed my mind, but what would I even tell them? That I had seen a ghost? For the next few hours, I stood near the door, my heart pounding with every passing second. My mind was racing, trying to rationalize what I had seen. Could it have been my imagination? A dream? But deep down, I knew the truth. As dawn broke at 6 a.m., the first rays of sunlight streaming through the window, I finally felt safe enough to leave. I grabbed my belongings and rushed home. The moment I stepped inside, I told my mother everything. She was furious that I had ignored her warnings. She scolded me, her voice filled with worry, and once again warned me not to return to the house at night until the housewarming puja was completed. That morning I skipped college. I felt feverish, my body drained from the night's ordeal. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself it had all been in my head, but no matter how hard I tried, the image of that woman's red eyes and eerie smile refused to fade. Even now, years later, I still wonder about that night. Who was she? Had she been connected to the house's past? Had my mother been right all along? Was the puja truly necessary to cleanse the space? I may never know, but one thing is certain, I will never, ever forget that night. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Growing up, my family was always deeply connected to the spiritual side of life. I was raised with the belief that spirits exist and that we should respect them, never meddle where we don't belong, and always be cautious of the unknown. My parents would constantly warn me against using Ouija boards, saying that they were dangerous because they opened doors that couldn't be controlled. Despite these warnings, I was always fascinated by the supernatural. Ghost stories, folklore, and paranormal experiences intrigued me in ways I couldn't explain. One of the more mysterious artifacts in our family was an old Ouija board that had been passed down for generations. It originally belonged to my great-great-grandmother, who brought it with her from Poland. There were rumors that the board was cursed, but no one had any solid proof, just eerie family stories passed from one generation to the next. I had never seen it used before, but I had always been curious about it. In the summer of 2010, when I was 14, my aunt suggested that we bring out the old board and play with it as a way to mark the end of summer. It was a tradition for our family to do something fun before everyone headed back home, and since it was raining that night, we decided to stay indoors. Only the women of the family participated, my aunt, my 2 cousins, and me. At the time, I didn't think much of it. It seemed like a fun way to pass the time, and I didn't feel any fear or hesitation. That night, we set up the board and started asking questions. The planchette moved, but the answers were garbled. The letters it spelled out didn't form any coherent words, no matter how much we tried to rearrange them. The whole experience felt strange and hazy, like a dream that I couldn't fully recall afterward. I don't remember everything in detail, but I do know that something about that night wasn't quite right. After that evening, something changed. The first time I noticed it, we were driving back to Baltimore. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement in the trees along the side of the road. A large, dark shape darted between the trunks, keeping pace with the car. It was only visible when it moved through the shadows, like a living silhouette made of darkness. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or just my imagination running wild. But as time passed, it kept appearing. It was always there, always watching, but never coming too close. It had the shape of a wolf, long, sleek, and fast. I never saw any distinct features, no glowing eyes or a solid body. It was made purely of shadows, flickering and shifting with the movement of the light. The strangest thing was that I never felt afraid of it. If anything, it felt like a silent observer, never threatening, just present. For the next 2 years, the shadow wolf remained a part of my life. It never crossed into my home, never got too close, but it was always nearby. I would catch glimpses of it when I was walking outside at night, or see its form slipping between the trees while driving. It became almost normal, something I had grown used to. Then, everything changed. It started to come closer. It went from watching me from a distance to appearing just a few feet away. I would see it out of the corner of my eye, standing in doorways, just beyond the reach of the light. I started feeling its presence more intensely, as though it was trying to tell me something. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen. A week later, my appendix ruptured. I was rushed to the hospital, and the doctors told me I was lucky to be alive. The infection had spread quickly, and they hadn't been sure if I was going to make it. I spent 3 long weeks recovering in the hospital, and when I was finally discharged, I stepped outside and instinctively looked around. The shadow wolf was gone. It was a strange feeling, like a loss I couldn't explain. I had grown used to it always being there, lingering at the edges of my world, and now it had vanished completely. Part of me felt relieved, but another part of me missed it. I had never understood what it was or why it followed me, but its absence left an emptiness I couldn't ignore. 2 years passed, and I had nearly convinced myself that it had all been in my head. Then, one night, while riding in a car with an old friend of my mother's, I saw it again. Just a fleeting glimpse, a shape in the dark, but it was enough. A week later, my mother's friend was killed. I don't know if there's any connection, but the timing was eerie. It was like the shadow wolf had returned to warn me, just like it had before my appendix ruptured. And then, just as quickly as it came, it disappeared again. Lately, I've started noticing other strange things. At first, I tried to dismiss them, figured I was just tired or letting my imagination get the best of me. But then my little sister started seeing them too. Shadows moving where there shouldn't be any. Figures standing in doorways that vanish when you turn your head. Whispers in the dark when no one is around. I've been trying to convince myself that I'm just being paranoid, that all of this is nothing more than coincidence. But deep down, I know that something is happening. And I don't think I can ignore it anymore. I don't know what the shadow wolf was or why it followed me, but ever since it reappeared, everything has felt different. I just want to understand. I want to know if anyone else has experienced something like this. Because for the first time in a long time, I'm starting to feel afraid. I've told a few family members bits and pieces of this, but I've never told the full story. Maybe it's because I felt ashamed of what we did, or maybe because deep down, I was afraid of what it might mean. Looking back, we were just a group of foolish teenagers who let our curiosity get the best of us. Watching too many horror movies put ideas in our heads, and one night, when boredom got the best of us, we made a mistake that I believe changed everything. It started as a joke. We decided to call spirits. We didn't have a real Ouija board, so we made one out of cardboard, set up candles, and sat in a circle. It felt silly at first, holding hands and chanting, trying to summon something unseen. When nothing happened, we laughed it off, tossed the makeshift board in the trash, and went on with our lives. At the time, we thought it was just another night of teenage fun. But we were wrong. Not long after, strange things started happening. The first experience was subtle, something I could have easily brushed off. One night, I was in my room talking on the phone when my doorknob started shaking. My door was closed, but I could see the knob jiggling as if someone was trying to turn it. I assumed it was my little sister playing a prank. "Come in," I called. The knob kept shaking. "It's open!" I yelled again, thinking maybe it was locked. But it wasn't. I reached out, flung the door open, and no one was there. My room is in the basement, and I'm the only one who sleeps down there. There was nowhere for anyone to hide, no way for someone to run off that quickly. I checked the laundry room, the furnace room, nothing. I tried to shake it off, but deep inside, something didn't feel right. After that, things started escalating. I would hear papers rustling at night as if someone was flipping through my books. My stereo would turn on by itself, always to static. I began catching glimpses of dark shadows moving quickly in the corners of my vision. I would turn to look, but there was never anything there. And then, the worst of all, my night attacks returned. I used to have these terrifying episodes when I was younger, maybe around 10 years old. My parents would wake up to find me screaming, shaking, unable to breathe. They tried everything, prayers, doctors, even taking me to the hospital once. No one could explain what was happening to me. Then, as suddenly as they had started, they stopped. I had been free from them for years. But after we played with the Ouija board, they came back with a vengeance. I was terrified. I finally broke down and told my mom what we had done. She was furious but also scared for me. She immediately called her church group, and they came to the house to pray. When they reached my room, several of them said they could feel a cold presence, something dark and heavy. They prayed over the house, anointed the doors with oil, and told me to stay away from anything related to the occult. After that, everything calmed down. The night attacks stopped. The shadows disappeared. I finally felt safe again. For years, nothing happened. I had almost convinced myself that it was all in my head. Until recently. Lately, I've started getting that old, familiar feeling again, that sensation of being watched. I try to ignore it, tell myself it's just paranoia, but it's getting harder to believe. The air in my room feels heavier. The shadows have returned, flickering at the edges of my vision. But the worst experience happened just a few nights ago, and I can't stop thinking about it. I was watching TV, curled up on the couch with my cat. She's my shadow, always following me around, always sitting beside me. Out of nowhere, she started growling. It wasn't a normal, annoyed growl. It was low, guttural, the kind of sound cats make when they're truly afraid. She leaped off the couch and began creeping slowly toward the hallway. Her body was tense, her ears pinned back. She kept looking over her shoulder, first at me, then at the far corner of the room. Back and forth, over and over again. I called her name. "What's wrong, baby?" She ignored me, her eyes locked on something I couldn't see. And then she did something that made my blood run cold. She let out that eerie, angry growl again and bolted. She ran straight to the laundry room and hid. She stayed in there for 4 hours. I was shaking as I called my mom. She told me to grab my Bible and read certain verses out loud. I don't remember which ones exactly, but I did as she said. After calming myself down, I picked up my cat and carried her back to the living room. I started reading the verses again, holding her close. At first, she seemed okay. But halfway through, she suddenly stiffened, her ears flattened, and she let out another terrifying growl. I dropped the Bible and ran straight to my boyfriend's place. I couldn't stay in that house alone. My cat eventually came out of hiding, but since that night, she refuses to go near that part of the house. She avoids it completely, as if something is still there. Whatever she saw, or sensed, scared her in a way I've never seen before. When my parents got home, we prayed together as a family. It helped ease my nerves a little, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever I encountered all those years ago is back. Maybe it never really left. Maybe it was just waiting. After living in another town for university, I moved back to my family home this past September. Within the first 2 weeks of being back, both my sister and I experienced strange occurrences that left us puzzled. I've been wondering if they might be connected, and I'd love to hear what others think, especially those who have more experience with paranormal events. Before these incidents, I had already experienced something unsettling in my room. One evening, I was home alone, reading in bed when I suddenly noticed heavy breathing coming from the far corner of the room, near the window. It was distinct, like someone breathing loudly through their mouth. My room is on the 3rd floor, and the windows are relatively new and soundproof, so it didn't seem like the noise was coming from outside. I stared at the corner, hoping the sound would stop, but it didn't. It just continued, slow, steady, unrelenting. After what felt like an eternity but was probably just a few seconds, I grabbed my phone and casually walked out of the room, trying to act normal. I locked myself in the upstairs bathroom, which has always felt like the safest room in the house to me. After about 5 minutes, I worked up the courage to come out. Everything was silent. Just to be safe, I stuck close to my dog, a fat, lazy Westie who's afraid of his own shadow, until my parents got home. For the next 2 weeks, I kept hearing random knocks from that same corner of the room. It was never multiple knocks, always just one, but it happened at least 3 or 4 times a day at different times. I tried to rationalize it, thinking it might be the windowsill expanding and contracting due to temperature changes. But I had lived in that room for over 10 years and had never heard those sounds before. Then, the experience that really shook me happened. I'm a night owl, and I tend to stay up late, so I usually sleep in. One morning, around 11 a.m., I had just woken up but was still lying in bed, feeling warm and comfortable, debating whether I should get up or stay under the covers a little longer. As I lazily stared out the window, contemplating whether I wanted cereal or an omelette for breakfast, I suddenly heard a voice. It was a woman's voice, clear as day, coming from the same corner where I had heard the breathing and knocking. It sounded like an older woman, and her tone was sharp and impatient. She said something along the lines of, "Aren't you going downstairs already?" The tone was almost scolding, like an irritated mother trying to get a lazy child out of bed. I nearly fell out of bed from shock. I just stared at the corner where the voice had come from, completely dumbfounded. My heart was pounding. I had been home alone. The voice was inside the room with me. Without wasting another second, I jumped out of bed and practically ran downstairs to the kitchen. I spent the rest of the day avoiding my room, sticking to the main floor of the house. Since that incident, nothing else has happened in my room. The knocking stopped, and I haven't heard the voice again. A week or 2 later, my sister experienced something equally strange. She was getting ready to go out on a Saturday evening. While doing her makeup, she grabbed a plastic water bottle and walked to the bathroom to fill it up. After filling the bottle, she took a sip as she walked back to her room. When she got back, she realized the bottle cap was missing. Assuming she had left it on the sink, she walked back to the bathroom to get it, but it was nowhere to be found, not on the sink, not on the floor, nowhere. She shrugged it off, walked back to her room, and found the bottle cap was now firmly twisted onto the bottle. She swore she hadn't put it on. She had been the only one upstairs. I was downstairs the entire time, and our parents weren't home. She told me she nearly had a heart attack. When she told our mom about it later, our mom found it mildly amusing and dismissed it, but my sister was genuinely freaked out. I haven't told my parents about the voice in my room. I'm not sure why. Maybe because it was so direct, so real, that saying it out loud would make it feel even more disturbing. It's worth mentioning that our house is just around the corner from the village cemetery, about a 2-minute walk away. Some of our ancestors are buried there, but I don't know if that has anything to do with what's been happening. The house itself was built in the early 70s by my grandfather over what used to be an empty field. We've always considered it a safe and peaceful place, but every now and then, maybe once a year, something strange happens that makes us stop and wonder. Sometimes, we find logical explanations for the weird things that occur, but this time, I just don't know. I was around 10 years old when all of this happened, and to be honest, I have so many I don't knows and I don't remembers about these experiences that I've struggled to piece them together in the most truthful way. What I do remember vividly is the fear, this deep, sinking dread that slowly paralyzed me, making everything else feel hazy. The first experience I recall took place in a house outside our town, in a remote area surrounded by woods. My friend's father worked there at night, supposedly guarding the building. I was a quiet, reserved kid, so I never asked many questions, but I never really understood what he was guarding or even what the building was used for. The downstairs had a large room with a big table, sofas, and chairs, while the upstairs was filled with shelves stacked with old accounting materials, blanks, dusty papers, even some typewriters. The whole upstairs had that eerie, abandoned feel to it, like it hadn't been used in a long time. But what made it exciting for us was the fact that there was a computer up there. This was the early days of computers, and nobody really had one at home yet, so we loved playing games on it, even just messing around with paint. My friend loved to scare me, and she had a knack for storytelling. She told me her father thought the building was haunted, that he often felt watched whenever he stepped outside to bring in firewood. I never knew if she was telling the truth or just trying to spook me, but hearing that made me even more on edge whenever we stayed there. That night, I was upstairs playing a game, a simple one with a little stick figure jumping over fire. My friend had gone downstairs, I think to make tea since it was cold inside. The building wasn't heated properly, so we usually bundled up and tried to stay warm. I was completely absorbed in the game when I heard footsteps on the stairs. At first, I thought it was just my friend coming back. But something about the footsteps felt off. They were slow, heavy, deliberate, unlike her usual quick, light steps. A chill ran down my spine. I hesitated for a moment before calling out her name. No answer. Then, in the distance, I swear I heard her voice downstairs, far away. I don't know if I actually heard it, or if I just imagined it because I wanted to believe she was still there. But the footsteps didn't stop. They kept coming closer, closer, until they should have reached the top of the stairs. But they didn't. They just stopped. Silence. I sat frozen in place, waiting for whoever, or whatever, it was to appear at the top of the stairs. But nothing happened. The air felt thick and suffocating, like something unseen was standing just out of sight, watching me. I wanted to move, to call for my friend again, but I couldn't. I don't know how long I sat there, heart pounding, before she finally came back. And then, everything was normal. The air felt lighter, the silence less oppressive. I don't remember if I told her what happened, but I don't think I did. I didn't want to say it out loud, as if speaking about it would make it more real. The second experience is even more vague, like a blurry memory I can't fully grasp. I was in bed, hiding under the covers, feeling a kind of fear that I still can't explain. I don't remember what had scared me. Maybe I had imagined something, or maybe we had been talking about ghost stories before bed. But I was panicked, curled up under the blanket, trying to convince myself that everything was fine. My great-grandmother had left to use the bathroom. We only had one, shared between several apartments, so she had to step out into the hallway. As I lay there, trying to steady my breathing, I heard footsteps crossing the room. I thought it was my great-grandmother returning, but something felt wrong. The steps were slow, dragging. I stayed hidden, too scared to look. And then I heard the apartment door open, and my great-grandmother walked in at that moment. Which meant, whoever had been walking in the room before wasn't her. I felt this overwhelming dread, like something was pressing down on me, suffocating me. It wasn't just fear, it was something deeper, a sense of impending doom, like something terrible was about to happen and I was powerless to stop it. I had panic attacks as a child, but this felt different, like I wasn't just imagining something bad, I was sensing it. I have a vague feeling that another friend was there for a sleepover, but I can't remember for sure. If she was, I think she was just as scared as I was, also hiding under the covers. But I have no real memory of her being there, only a lingering sense that I wasn't alone. I was so terrified that I asked my great-grandmother to tell me a bedtime story, something she often did when I was scared. And just like that, everything went back to normal. But I never forgot the feeling of those footsteps, or the suffocating dread that came with them. It's also worth mentioning that the house my great-grandmother lived in was old, very old. It was built sometime in the 19th century, originally as housing for the servants of a nearby manor. Maybe the house carried memories of the past, echoes of people who had once lived and died there. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something I'll never understand. I don't know what really happened on those nights. Maybe it was my imagination, heightened by my love for ghost stories and my friends' constant attempts to scare me. But even now, years later, I still remember the way my stomach twisted in fear, the way the air seemed to shift around me, the way those footsteps stopped, just before reaching the top of the stairs. When we first noticed the little things, we laughed them off. My father and I are both logical people, and neither of us was quick to jump to supernatural conclusions. It started out small, objects being moved, lights turning off when we were certain they had been left on, closet doors found open when we always kept them shut. We joked that my father was going senile, or that maybe one of us was sleepwalking. It was easy to explain away. The first real incident that gave me pause was one morning when I lost my phone. I had woken up, called my boyfriend, and after hanging up, I set my phone down on my bed. Then I went to get dressed, stepping into my closet for just a minute. When I came back, the phone was gone. I searched the bed, pulling apart the sheets, shaking out my pillows, nothing. I had my father call it, but it was turned off. I tore through my room for nearly an hour, retracing every step I had taken that morning, but it was nowhere to be found. Frustrated, I decided to take a break and make breakfast. Walking into the kitchen, I stopped dead in my tracks. My phone was sitting neatly on the stove. I hadn't even been in the kitchen yet that day. My father just shrugged. "Guess you must have forgotten," he said. We chalked it up to absent-mindedness and moved on. But it kept happening. Missing keys and remotes would suddenly reappear on the kitchen counter. My father and I both double-checked the locks every night, only to find that the next morning, windows we were sure had been left open were now closed. I once fell asleep on the couch, the windows cracked to let in the evening breeze, and woke up to find all but one had been shut. I assumed my father had done it, but when I asked, he looked confused and insisted he hadn't touched them. Still, we weren't afraid. If anything, we joked about it, calling it a helpful little spirit. We gave it a name, Francis, to be gender-neutral, since it seemed to have an odd sense of fashion. The name came about after one particularly strange incident. I came home one afternoon to find an outfit neatly folded and laid out on my bed. I had had an interview that morning, but I didn't remember pulling that outfit out. When I asked my father if he had been in my room, he looked at me like I was crazy. "Why would I go through your closet?" he asked. The only logical explanation was that I had done it in a rush and forgotten, but it didn't sit right with me. The day that changed everything happened when I got locked out. A friend had driven me home after an afternoon out, and as usual, I went through the garage. We almost never used the front door. The inner garage door was always unlocked. Except this time, it wasn't. I turned the knob. It wouldn't budge. I tried again, harder this time. Still locked. I immediately called my father, irritated. "Why would you lock me out?" I demanded. "I didn't lock the door," he said. His voice was serious, not joking. Something about the way he said it made my stomach drop. My friend tried the doorknob herself, confirming what I already knew. It was definitely locked. I jiggled it furiously, suddenly feeling something close to panic. I was locked out of my own home. My frustration boiled over into helplessness, and I slumped against the door, forehead pressed against it, gripping the knob in defeat. Then a knock. A soft, deliberate tap from the other side. I gasped, spinning around to face my friend, whose eyes widened in horror. Then came the click. The doorknob turned freely in my hand. My friend screamed. The deadbolt was still locked. She pulled out her phone, ready to call 911, convinced someone was inside. I knew better. I could feel it. There was no one inside, no one, at least. I turned back to the door and whispered, "Will you please let me in, Francis?" For a long moment, nothing happened. My heart pounded in my ears. My friend was shaking beside me, clutching her phone. Then, the unmistakable sound of the deadbolt shifting. Not smoothly, but with effort, as though someone, or something, was struggling to move it. Finally, silence. I turned the knob. It opened easily. The house was empty. My friend screamed again. Since that day, we no longer joke about Francis. We don't talk about it much at all. But the little things still happen. Windows are closed when the temperature drops, keys reappear after being lost, closet doors open on their own. I've had people suggest cleansing the house or trying to communicate with it, but I don't feel the need. Whatever Francis is, it has never harmed us. Maybe that day, Francis just made a mistake, locking me out by accident. Or maybe it wanted me to believe. My boyfriend lived in a rented room in an apartment before I moved in with him. This happened sometime between May and October of that year. The apartment was shared with more than 10 other tenants, making the space feel cramped and cluttered. The owner of the apartment didn't live there, and every corner of the place was filled with furniture, belongings, and useless junk, giving it an abandoned and eerie atmosphere. Even the living room was occupied by a couple who had set up their bed there. For the most part, things were normal, but over time, the number of tenants dwindled. By October, only a handful of people remained: my boyfriend, a couple, and the couple's cousin. With fewer people around, the place became quieter, and my boyfriend started inviting his friend Arthur over more frequently. One morning, Arthur stopped by, hoping to see my boyfriend. Since the apartment was on the ground floor, he could look inside if the window was open. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Thinking my boyfriend might still be asleep, Arthur peered through the window, calling out for him. After a few moments of silence, he noticed a girl standing in the dark corner of the living room. Assuming it was the couple's cousin, he asked her if my boyfriend was home. The girl didn't answer. He asked again, but she just stood there, unmoving and silent. Frustrated, Arthur gave up and left, returning later that night. When he finally saw my boyfriend, he told him about the girl. My boyfriend was puzzled and told him that no one had been home that morning. To confirm, he asked the other tenants if any of them had been there. They all said no. The apartment had been completely empty. Around October, my boyfriend started experiencing sleep paralysis, or something worse. He had frequent nightmares of a banshee coming after him, and the sensation of being unable to move struck him in different places, not just in his room, but also at his parents' house and even in a hotel. The worst episode happened in that hotel. He was lying on the bed, trying to fall asleep, when he felt sharp pinches all over his back, as if he were lying on a bed of needles. The discomfort was unbearable, but eventually, exhaustion took over, and he managed to drift off. He woke up suddenly around 4 a.m., feeling an overwhelming sense of unease, as if something was watching him. Before he could react, hands with long, claw-like nails appeared from both sides of his bed, grabbing onto him. It felt as though he was being embraced from behind, but there was no body, just arms, long and unnatural. Then, a soft female voice whispered in his ear, "I like you?" And just like that, everything vanished. The hands disappeared, the voice was gone, and he was left sitting in the silence of the room, his heart pounding. Disturbed by what had happened, he rushed back to his parents' house the next day and told his mother everything. His mother, who had a gift for sensing and healing spiritual disturbances, decided to perform a prayer over him. Afterward, she confirmed that a girl, someone from the spirit world, had taken a liking to him and was following him around. She spoke firmly to the spirit, telling her to leave him alone and never return. She then instructed my boyfriend to sprinkle blessed salt around the apartment, especially in the corners of his room. He followed her advice, and after that, the disturbances stopped. But before that, something even stranger had happened, something Arthur had also witnessed. One evening, Arthur arrived at the apartment and heard voices from my boyfriend's room. It sounded like my boyfriend was having a conversation with someone, a girl. Arthur assumed it was a phone call until he peeked through the window and saw that my boyfriend was lying down, eyes closed, but his mouth was moving, as if he were speaking to someone. The room was completely empty. There was no girl. Arthur called his name, but my boyfriend didn't respond. Feeling uneasy, he pulled out his phone and called him, but there was no reaction. Finally, he knocked hard on the door, almost in a panic. Only then did my boyfriend wake up, startled and confused. Arthur immediately asked him who he had been talking to, but my boyfriend looked completely lost. He insisted that he had been asleep the entire time. His phone, untouched, was sitting on the table. To this day, he doesn't remember anything about that night. Moving from California to Georgia in 2006 was a huge adjustment for my family. My mom relocated us, my brothers, sisters, and me, when we were all teenagers. At the time, I was 16, and we were used to going out, partying, and having our freedom. My mom had warned us to enjoy it while we could because, in her words, there would be nothing to do once we got to our new home in Georgia. She wasn't wrong. The house we moved into was relatively new, built in 2000, but it sat in a newer development behind an old neighborhood. To get to our street, we had to pass through that old neighborhood, which was unsettling in itself. The road was dark, the houses aged, and there was one house in particular that made us uneasy. It had a Confederate flag hanging on the porch, and what looked like an old rope hanging from a tree. Being African American, that sight alone made the drive to our house feel heavy and ominous. Our house was located in a cul-de-sac, with a backyard that stretched into deep, dark woods. From the moment I stepped outside and looked at those trees, the first thought that came to my mind was, I wonder how many soldiers are buried and forgotten back there. I didn't know why I thought that, but it was eerie and unsettling. Even though the house was relatively new and we were only the second family to live in it, strange things happened there. I'm only going to share the two most disturbing things that happened to me personally, moments I still can't forget. The first experience happened when I was in the basement. It was fully furnished, and I used it as my escape whenever I needed alone time. That day, I had been down there for hours, watching movies. My siblings were gone, so the house was quiet. When my movie ended, I suddenly heard my siblings return home. I could hear them laughing and talking upstairs, so I decided to head up and join them. The moment I got off the couch, every hair on the back of my neck stood up. It felt like someone was behind me, standing way too close. And then I heard it. Something slid off the couch right next to me. The sound was unmistakable. It wasn't subtle, and it wasn't my imagination. My body went stiff with fear, and within a split second, I bolted upstairs, screaming my sister's name. I must have been so loud that my sister opened the door right as I reached it, shouting, "What?" She was annoyed at first, but the second she saw the look on my face, her expression changed. She could tell I was genuinely terrified. I was shaking, breathless, and when I explained what had happened, she believed me without hesitation. But that experience was nothing compared to the second one. My sister, the same one from the basement incident, and I were in the kitchen one evening. The kitchen was on the second floor, overlooking the backyard woods, and we were preparing dinner. The rest of our family was downstairs, watching movies in the living room. It was a normal evening until suddenly, from right behind us, we heard a deep, growling voice. It wasn't a human voice. It was loud, guttural, and commanding. It sounded like it was coming from the ceiling, but at the same time felt like it was directly behind us. It was speaking in a language I couldn't recognize, yet every syllable was pronounced clearly. The moment it began, my entire body went cold. My muscles locked up, and my skin prickled. The fear was so overwhelming that I couldn't even move. I closed my eyes as tightly as I could, trying to tell myself it wasn't real. I started praying, asking God for help, because whatever was speaking wasn't of this world. It went on for what felt like a full minute. When it finally stopped, there was silence. For a few seconds, I just stood there, frozen, afraid to open my eyes. Then my sister whispered, "Did you hear that?" I turned to look at her. She was pale, her eyes wide with terror. I could tell from her expression that she had heard it just as clearly as I had. We both ran upstairs to tell our mom. Of course, she didn't believe us. To this day, I don't know what we heard. I don't know what slid off that couch in the basement. I don't know what lurked in those woods behind our house. All I know is that even though we lived in a brand new house, something was there with us. Something ancient, something unseen. And it was watching. Moving to Edinburgh in my 20s with my husband was supposed to be an exciting new chapter in our lives. We bought a 3-story house in one of the suburbs, a place we thought would be our forever home. But the moment I stepped inside, I felt something was wrong. It wasn't just the usual uneasiness of moving into a new space. This was something different, something unsettling. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but I knew in my gut that this house was not normal. Our bedroom was on the first floor, just near the staircase. After a month of getting the house repaired and settling in, life seemed to be going as planned. But then, strange things started happening. The first real experience happened around 2 a.m. one night when I was watching a horror movie with friends. They left at about 2:30 a.m., and as I was cleaning up, I heard a little girl laugh. It was soft, almost playful, but completely out of place. At first, I brushed it off, but then I heard it again. And again. By the 4th time, I decided to check it out. As I stepped onto the stairs, a different sound reached my ears, a soft crying, also that of a little girl. The sound was coming from the kitchen. My stomach turned. I felt a chill creep over my body. I knew I should turn back, but something pulled me forward. I walked into the kitchen only to find the back door wide open and the water tap running. My hands were shaking as I shut the door and turned off the tap. I searched the entire house, but there was nobody there. I wanted to wake my husband and tell him, but I was too shaken. Instead, I climbed into bed and forced myself to sleep. Around 4 a.m., I woke up suddenly. I had that eerie feeling of being watched. At first, I thought my husband had finally returned home from his late shift. But then, I felt something strange, light, ticklish touches moving all over my body. It felt like fingers trailing along my skin. Half asleep, I muttered something, thinking it was my husband playing a prank. But when I turned to look at him, he was fast asleep beside me. That's when I saw it. A black shadow, darker than the night itself, stood at the foot of my bed. Its eyes glowed deep red, staring straight into mine. And it was grinning. My heart nearly stopped. I froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. When I finally managed to shake my husband awake, the figure vanished. He groggily reassured me that it was probably just a dream. But I knew what I saw. I knew it was real. For the next 2 years and 5 months, this nightmare continued. Shadows moving in the corners of my vision. Whispers in the dead of night. Unseen hands brushing against my skin when I was alone. Every night, I felt like something was watching me, something unseen but very much present. My husband, being the skeptic he was, dismissed it all as stress or an overactive imagination, until the night that changed everything. We were watching a movie together in the living room when suddenly, my husband stiffened. He turned to me and whispered, "Did you hear that?" I shook my head. I hadn't heard anything. He paused the movie and listened intently. Then his face went pale. "There are voices upstairs," he said. "A little girl and a man." Before I could react, he told me to stay put and went to check. I waited anxiously. 5 minutes passed. Then suddenly, he came rushing down the stairs, his face filled with terror. "We have to leave. Now." I didn't ask questions. We grabbed our coats and ran out of the house. We didn't stop until we reached his cousin's house, where he finally told me what he had seen. When he reached the top floor, he saw them, a man and a little girl, standing in the hallway, laughing and whispering to each other. At first, they looked normal. But then, as he took a step closer, they both turned to face him. Their eyes were pitch black, hollow and endless. And they were grinning at him, just like the figure I had seen years before. And then, in an instant, they disappeared. That was enough for my husband to believe me. We never went back to live in that house. Eventually, we sold it, and for the next 12 years, nothing happened. No strange voices. No laughter in the night. No shadowy figures. I finally felt like I could breathe again. But then, when I turned 38, it started again. I began seeing the same shadows, sometimes in my daughter's room, sometimes in mine. Late at night, I would wake up to see those same red eyes staring at me from the darkness. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. But then, one night, while I was taking a bath, I felt it, a cold, clammy hand touching my back. My heart leapt into my throat. I spun around, but I was alone. I was completely alone. I don't know what to do. I don't know why this is happening again. I don't know what it wants. But it's driving me insane. I swear on everything that this is real. I don't care if people believe me or not, I just want it to stop. My grandparents' house stands at the end of a long, lonely dirt track in a small town called West End. The road leading to it is lined with dense trees, casting eerie shadows, especially at dusk. Along this stretch, there's an old ruin with a small abandoned house beside it. Something about that place has always unsettled me. I've seen shadowy figures darting past as we drove by, sometimes even glowing shapes in the corner of my eye. Maybe it's the wildlife, deer, foxes, or owls moving in the night, but deep inside, I know there's something else. Something that doesn't belong to the living. I've never had the courage to explore that ruin alone, and even now, the very thought sends shivers down my spine. At the end of the track, nestled in its solitude, is my grandparents' house, an old farmhouse, nearly 170 years old. Once part of a thriving farm, it now sits with its quiet stories, its walls holding on to the whispers of a past long forgotten. I've always loved visiting, but the unease I felt around that house was something I never spoke of. It was as if the house had its own presence, an unseen watcher that lurked in the corners. For the most part, I ignored it, passing it off as my imagination. But one evening changed everything. I was around 11 or 12 at the time. It was late, the sun had long disappeared, and darkness had settled heavily around us as my brother and I arrived at the house. The car's headlights cut through the thick night, illuminating the gravel driveway and the old metal gate ahead. That's when I saw him. A man stood near the gate, dressed in old-fashioned clothing, a light check shirt tucked neatly into dark tweed trousers, held up by braces. He had a pork pie hat perched on his head, which struck me as strange since my grandfather never wore hats. He was on the same side of the fence as us, fumbling with the gate as if he were locking it. There was nothing immediately alarming about him. At first glance, I truly believed it was my granddad. Wanting to get his attention, I leaned over and pressed the car horn. The sharp sound echoed into the silence of the night. And then, something happened that sent ice through my veins. The man slowly straightened, his posture stiff, almost unnatural. But he didn't turn to look at us. Instead, he simply stepped forward, straight through the closed gate. Without a pause, he continued walking into the darkness beyond, his figure fading into nothingness. I stared in shock, my breath caught in my throat. My hands gripped the seat tightly, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned to my brother, expecting him to react, to show the same horror I was feeling. But instead, he was frowning at me, irritated. "Why did you honk the horn?" he asked, completely oblivious to what I had just seen. I tried to find my voice, but all I could do was stare at him. He hadn't seen it. The man, the impossible man, was invisible to him. By the time we reached the gate, my real grandfather emerged from the house, walking toward us. He had seen our headlights and had come to let us in. But he wasn't wearing a hat, and he was dressed in a polo shirt and shorts, completely different from the man I had seen moments before. Confused, I quickly asked him who the other man was. He chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. That was probably a ghost," he joked, but then his face turned serious. "Only your grandma and I are here." A chill ran down my spine. I turned back toward the darkness where the man had disappeared. My brother still looked at me like I was crazy, but I knew what I had seen. We drove through the gate and parked. Just as we stepped out of the car, my brother suddenly grabbed my arm, his grip tight. His face had drained of color. "There!" he whispered urgently, pointing. I followed his gaze, and my stomach twisted into knots. The same man I had seen at the gate was now walking across the driveway. But this time, he was coming from inside the house. We watched in frozen horror as he strolled through the living room window, literally walking through the solid glass, before stepping onto the gravel path. He didn't turn, didn't acknowledge us. He just kept walking, his form becoming more transparent with each step. By the time he reached the boundary wall, he simply vanished into thin air. We ran inside, slamming the door shut behind us. My grandfather, who had been outside the whole time, hadn't seen a thing. After catching my breath, I hesitantly told my grandparents what had happened. I expected them to laugh it off, but instead, they exchanged knowing glances. "We've seen him too," my grandmother admitted softly. She went on to explain that over the years, they had spotted the same man numerous times, always near the house. They believed he was a former owner, someone who had lived and died there long before them. But the detail that struck me the most was when my grandfather mentioned something peculiar. "That window he walked through," he said thoughtfully. "It used to be the front door. They moved it about 40 years ago." A cold wave of realization crashed over me. The man wasn't just a ghost wandering aimlessly. He was following a path he had once walked in life. To him, the old front door still existed. Over time, I saw him again, though never as clearly as that first night. Sometimes it was just a shadow at the edge of my vision, a figure standing near the gate, or a faint movement through the house. But I was never afraid of him again. He didn't seem malevolent, nor did he try to interact with us. He was simply there, a lingering echo of the past. My grandparents have long since come to terms with his presence. To them, he's just part of the house, another piece of its history that refuses to fade. And over the years, I have adopted the same mindset. I still visit my grandparents regularly, and sometimes, late at night, I find myself looking toward the gate, half expecting to see him standing there. And sometimes I do. My parents bought a house in the Philippines in 1998, intending to use it only as a vacation home since we were still living in California. For years, the house remained mostly empty, except for our housekeeper, who stayed there to watch over it. It wasn't until 2010, when my parents retired and moved to the Philippines permanently, that I finally lived in the house full-time while attending college. At first, everything seemed normal. But over time, strange things began happening, things I couldn't explain. Sometimes, I liked to lie on the cool tile floor in the living room, either reading a book or browsing my laptop, especially during the hot and humid days. One night, I was doing just that, with one of my little dogs curled up beside me, dozing. I was engrossed in my screen when I suddenly felt warm air near my ear, as if someone had exhaled right beside me. Without thinking, I muttered, "Stop, that feels gross, you fluffy creeper," assuming it was my dog. Then it happened again, but this time, the breath was strong enough to move strands of my hair. That's when I finally looked over, only to realize my dog wasn't there. He had silently left at some point, and was now upstairs with my parents. A chill crept up my spine as I realized I had been alone downstairs the whole time. The next day, I mentioned the experience to our housekeeper, expecting her to dismiss it as my imagination. Instead, her face turned serious. "That's happened to me too," she said. She recounted how she had felt the same sensation while sitting on the stairs and again while washing dishes in the kitchen. I also noticed that every time I napped in the living room, I would get sleep paralysis, repeatedly. I'd wake up, struggle to move, finally break free, only to fall back asleep and have it happen all over again. The cycle could go on 5 or 6 times in a row, to the point where I'd give up and move somewhere else to sleep, and it would stop. I tried to dismiss it as coincidence, but there was something unsettling about the way it only happened in that particular room. Sometimes, as I forced myself awake from the paralysis, I thought I saw a shadowy figure of a child darting around. Other times, I heard whispers that faded the moment I fully woke up. It wasn't just the living room. There was something about the guest room, too, something that had been there even before I moved in. My goddaughter, Antoinette, had her own terrifying encounter in that room years ago when she was only 5. In 2006, before my family had permanently relocated to the Philippines, Antoinette was staying in the house with her mother, our housekeeper, and her grandmother. One afternoon, while her mother was outside watering the garden, Antoinette wandered upstairs to the guest room. It had 2 doors, one leading to the upstairs family room and another to the balcony. A few minutes later, she came running out, sobbing and shaking. Her grandmother rushed to her, trying to calm her down, but she was inconsolable. When they finally managed to get her to speak, she kept repeating, "I don't like the scary balcony man." When they pressed her for details, she described him as having only one eye open, wearing dirty clothes, a big hat, and no shoes. Most chillingly, she said he had been calling to her. Her family dismissed it as a child's overactive imagination. But then, 7 years later, my niece Joy had a nearly identical encounter. In 2013, my parents were traveling, so I invited my cousin and her 4-year-old daughter, Joy, to sleep over. I let them stay in the guest room, unaware that history was about to repeat itself. The next morning, my cousin groggily told me that Joy had kept her up all night, whispering about the man in the window. "The what?" I asked, my stomach twisting. "The man outside the balcony," she said. "Joy kept staring at the window all night. She said he was watching her." I hesitated before asking, "Did she say what he looked like?" She did. Tall. Dark. One eye closed. Wearing a hat. I exchanged a stunned glance with our housekeeper, who looked equally shaken. I told my cousin about Antoinette's experience, and she visibly paled. We later found out that before the neighborhood was built, the area had been farmland surrounded by tall grass. The man's appearance, dirty clothes, a wide-brimmed hat, bare feet, fit the description of an old farmer. But why was he still there? And why did he only appear to children? The strange occurrences didn't stop. In 2014, my 4-year-old twin cousins had their own terrifying moment. It was All Souls Day, and some of our family had gathered at the house after visiting the cemetery. The adults were outside playing cards, while the kids played upstairs in the family room. From that spot, you could see the guest room to the left and my parents' bedroom to the right. At around 9 p.m., one of the twins suddenly froze, her small hands clutching her doll. Her face went pale, and then she flung the doll across the room, bolted to me, and buried her face in my chest. "What's wrong?" I asked, but she just started crying, nodding her head frantically. Between sobs, she managed to say, "He's scary! Close the door!" I turned to look at the guest room, but all I saw was darkness. That didn't mean there was nothing there. The other twin, seeing her sister's fear, started crying too and ran to her nanny. At that moment, we all heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Expecting the housekeeper, we waited, but no one appeared. I called out her name, and she answered, from outside. "I'm still serving the guests," she said. Goosebumps rose on my skin. If she was outside, then who was walking upstairs? No one dared to move. We sat there, frozen, until someone finally had the courage to get up and close the guest room door. After that, we all went downstairs, unwilling to be in that space any longer. Even though I had never seen the man on the balcony myself, I couldn't deny that something was there. And it was always the children who could see him. Years have passed, and I still live in this house. Every now and then, I think about what Antoinette saw, what Joy saw, what the twins saw. I wonder if the farmer is still watching, waiting. And I wonder, who else in this house, in this neighborhood, has seen him? Maybe I don't want to know. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. That night in 1992 will stay with me forever, though time has softened the sharp edges of fear and disbelief. Looking back, I realize now that the events in Cleves were not isolated, but part of a pattern that had been present in my life for years. It began when I was a teenager, back in the 1980s, when I woke up to find a shadowy figure standing at the foot of my bed. It had no discernible features, just the dark silhouette of what appeared to be a man. Even though I couldn't see its eyes, I could feel it watching me. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but as I pushed myself upright, the figure leaned forward, drawing closer. A cold, unnatural fear gripped me, something deeper than any normal sense of fright. I somehow knew, without a doubt, that this was not just a dream. The presence exuded something sinister, something unholy. The figure then straightened and began pacing at the foot of my bed, like a predator sizing up its prey. My instincts told me to fight back the only way I knew how. In a whisper, I barely managed to say, "In the name of the Lord Jesus, I rebuke you." The figure stopped pacing, then retreated into the darkness, vanishing before my eyes. Years later, when I was 19, it happened again. This time, the figure was more aggressive. I woke to find it at the foot of my bed, just as before, but instead of merely watching me, it moved closer, hovering over me. Before I could react, an invisible force pressed against my throat, squeezing, crushing. I couldn't breathe. The pressure was unbearable, and in my mind I heard, or maybe even felt, its words. "I desire to have you." I couldn't move, couldn't scream. In my desperation, I repeated the same words from years before. "In the name of the Lord Jesus, I rebuke you. Jesus, please help me." Instantly, the pressure released, and the figure disappeared again. The room returned to normal, but I lay there gasping, shaken to my core. It was no longer just fear. I knew now that this thing, whatever it was, had some kind of hold over me. I tried to convince myself that it was over, that it was just an isolated experience. But deep down, I knew better. When my wife and I moved into the parsonage in Cleves, I thought that chapter of my life had closed. I was wrong. By the time our son, PJ, was a few months old, my life had settled into the steady rhythm of family and ministry. The house was owned by the church, and we had made it our home. Upstairs, the attic had been converted into 2 bedrooms with a bathroom in between. I turned one of those rooms into my study, directly above our bedroom. Across the hall from us was PJ's nursery, complete with a changing table, crib, and rocking chair. One night, I woke to a sound that sent a familiar chill through my body, heavy footsteps above us. It wasn't the creak of a settling house or the shifting of furniture. It was deliberate, forceful, like someone pacing back and forth. At first, I said nothing, not wanting to alarm my wife. But then, the noises escalated. The sound of books being pulled from shelves, pages rustling, objects hitting the floor. It was as if someone was angrily ransacking my study. I looked at the clock. 3 a.m. Then the footsteps moved. Slow, heavy, each step reverberating through the house. I listened, frozen, as they made their way down the hall, to the stairs, descending. My pulse quickened as I realized where they were heading. The kitchen. And then down the hallway. Toward my son's room. Instinct took over. I grabbed the .22 caliber revolver I kept for protection and positioned myself in the doorway of our bedroom. If someone, or something, was coming for my son, I would not let them get past me. Silence. Then, without warning, the footsteps stopped at the kitchen entrance. I could feel something watching me, even though I couldn't see it. My senses screamed at me that this was no ordinary intruder. Still, I held my ground, waiting for whatever was lurking in the shadows to make itself known. But nothing happened. Then, as suddenly as they had stopped, the footsteps resumed, moving back up the stairs, retracing their path down the hall and into my study. My heart pounded. I had never felt such a strong presence before, something unnatural, something malevolent. And yet, instead of chasing it down, I did the strangest thing. I went back to bed. I don't remember how long I lay there before falling asleep, but I know I did. The next morning, I woke to the sun streaming through the window, and for a brief moment, I thought it had all been a dream. Until my wife grabbed my arm. "Paul," she said, her voice tight with fear, "get your gun and check the house. Someone was here last night." I stared at her, my stomach turning cold. She told me how, in the early hours of the morning, PJ had woken up crying, needing to be fed. As she rocked him in the chair, she heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps in the kitchen. Assuming it was me preparing a bottle, she called out to let me know she had already fed him. No response. The footsteps grew closer, moving down the hallway toward the nursery. Then they stopped, just outside the door. A terrible realization crept over her. She had never heard me answer. Her grip tightened around our son as an eerie scratching sound started at the window, then at the door. She didn't dare open it. She pulled the blinds shut, whispered prayers under her breath, and held on to PJ until the noises finally stopped. I checked the house immediately, determined to find proof of what we had both experienced. Upstairs, in my study, I found books and papers scattered across the floor. It was exactly as I had heard the night before. We tried telling others, my father, the church pastor, but their responses were dismissive. An animal trapped in the house, maybe. A prankster in the neighborhood. Anything but what we knew was true. And then it escalated. The next night, a loud bang shook the kitchen. We ran in to find the wall clock had fallen to the floor. Oddly, it hadn't landed in the sink beneath it but several feet away in the middle of the floor. I picked it up, 3 a.m. The clock was still running, or so I thought. But the next morning, my wife found the batteries in the sink. Somehow, they had been removed mid-air. Another night, we woke to another crash. This time, the garbage can had been overturned, its contents strewn across the kitchen. Again, it had happened at 3 a.m. We couldn't take it anymore. I knew what I had to do. That night, as I heard the familiar, menacing footsteps begin again, I did not grab my gun. Instead, I walked toward them, toward the presence that had haunted me for years. I ascended the stairs, fear pressing against me with every step. A reddish glow pulsed from the study, casting eerie shadows along the hall. I dropped to my knees. I prayed. I rebuked the spirit in the name of Jesus Christ, calling upon His power, His protection. I declared that whatever evil had invaded our home was no longer welcome. The air around me shifted. A pressure, a weight I hadn't realized I had been carrying, lifted. And then silence. Whatever had been there, whatever had tormented us, was gone. The house was still. From that night on, we were no longer afraid. Because for the first time in my life, I knew I had won. When I was around 9 years old, my family and I lived in a Cleveland suburb in a relatively new community. The houses were built sometime in the 1960s or 1970s, and while our street was busy, our home always felt peaceful. My bedroom was on the second floor, directly across from the stairs, and I often slept with my door open because I had always been a little afraid of the dark. From my bed, I could see straight down the hallway and onto the staircase that led to the first floor. One night, I had just gotten into bed and was staring into the hall. The light from downstairs cast a soft glow up the staircase, illuminating part of the landing. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular, just waiting to drift off to sleep, when I turned onto my side to face the wall. As I was rolling over, something caught my eye. I turned back quickly, thinking I had seen a shadow move. At the top of the staircase, in the glow of the light from downstairs, I saw 2 figures. It looked like my dad, carrying my younger sister on his shoulders. She had the same bobbed haircut, the same small frame, and was wearing what looked like her nightgown. The man carrying her had slouched shoulders, similar to my father's, though something about his shape seemed slightly off. I assumed it was just a trick of the light, and that my dad was taking my sister downstairs, probably because she wasn't feeling well. At the time, she struggled with lactose intolerance and acid reflux, so it wasn't unusual for her to wake up in discomfort. Satisfied with my reasoning, I turned back over and fell asleep. The next morning at breakfast, I casually asked my mom if my sister was feeling better. She looked at me, confused. "She's fine." "Why?" I told her I had seen Dad carrying her downstairs during the night. She shook her head. "No, she slept all night." I sat there stunned. It sounded like a cliché ghost story, but I knew what I saw. The figures on the stairs were distinct, so much so that I could clearly make out the details of the little girl's nightgown, the way her hair was cut, and the way the man's shoulders stooped slightly forward. For years I never spoke about it again. Then, a couple of years later, when I was around 11, I saw something else. We had moved by then, but my room was still set up much the same way. One night, I was lying in bed, not particularly tired, just relaxing and staring at the ceiling, tracing shapes in the plaster. Then, out of nowhere, I saw it. A foot kicked up beside my bed, as if someone was lying on the floor next to me and had casually lifted their leg into the air. For a split second, I didn't think much of it. I had a little sister, and we had a ton of dress-up clothes, so I assumed she had snuck into my room wearing cowboy boots and was just messing around. The foot I had seen was clad in a dark cowboy boot with tassels and silver studs. I smiled to myself and rolled over to look down at her, expecting to see her giggling on the floor. But when I looked down, there was nothing but carpet. I froze. The boot had been so clear, so detailed. I had seen the tassels sway as the foot moved. But now, there was nothing. I didn't feel scared, but I couldn't understand what had just happened. Again, I kept it to myself. I was always considered the eccentric one in the family, and I knew that if I told anyone, they would just laugh it off as my imagination. Then, years later, something happened that validated everything. By the time I was 19, my family had moved again, and one night, my mom, my sister, and I were having a casual conversation about ghosts. I made an offhand comment about how I was pretty sure our old house was haunted. My mom looked up sharply. "What did you see?" she asked. So I told her. I told her about the figures on the stairs. I told her about the cowboy boot that appeared out of nowhere. When I finished, my mom nodded slowly. "I always felt like I wasn't alone in that house," she admitted. Then she told us something we had never heard before. She said that our dog used to stare at one particular corner of the living room for long periods of time. He would tilt his head, whimper, and refuse to move, as if he were watching something none of us could see. Hearing my mom say this confirmed everything I had felt for years. Looking back, I never felt threatened in that house. There was no anger or malice in the energy I had experienced. If anything, I felt sorry for the little girl and the man I assumed was her father. I don't know who they were or what had happened to them, but I wish I could have done something to help them. When I was in middle school, around 12 or 13 years old, my family moved into 2 different houses in Darwin, Northern Territory, Australia. It wasn't the first time we had moved. We had already lived in several different places by then. But in these 2 homes, I had experiences that I still can't explain. The first house was nothing special. We lived there for a while before anything unusual happened. I had 2 strange encounters, one when I was with my family, and the other when I was alone with my dog. The first experience happened while I was sitting outside on the back veranda with my 2 brothers and my older cousin. The house had a glass sliding door that led to the backyard, where a veranda stretched across the length of the house, extending about 6 meters out. Right in the middle of the veranda was a table where we all sat, and at the very end of the veranda, tucked into the right corner, was a small pond. The pond had been there when we moved in, filled with goldfish and guppies. It was a quiet night, and for some reason, we were all fixated on the pond. I wasn't sure why, but I felt drawn to it, as if something was pulling my attention toward the water. Then, suddenly, a mist appeared over the pond. It wasn't foggy that night, and this mist wasn't something natural. It looked like the thin mist you sometimes see over lakes or grasslands in the early morning, but this one seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It started to drift across the pond toward us, moving slowly. I was confused more than anything. I didn't feel scared, I just couldn't understand what I was looking at. I turned to my brothers to ask if they saw it too, but they were gone. So was my cousin. I looked around and saw them inside the house, pressed up against the glass sliding door, yelling at me to run. I snapped out of my daze and bolted inside. My cousin was shaken and refused to sit facing the pond ever again. Even though the experience disturbed my family, I never felt like I was in danger, so I brushed it off and moved on. The second experience happened a few weeks later, around 9 p.m. I was in my room playing on my Game Boy when my dog, Chucky, started barking outside. At first, I ignored it. He would sometimes bark at possums or lizards, so I didn't think much of it. But after 5 minutes, he still hadn't stopped. His barking was loud and frantic, so I finally decided to check on him. I grabbed a torch, went outside, and found Chucky standing about 2 meters from the fence, barking aggressively. I assumed there was someone in the alley behind the fence, so I peered over to check. But there was no one there. Then I noticed something strange. Chucky had stopped barking at the fence. He was now growling at the tree to my left. I turned to look at the tree, scanning it up and down for anything that might have been disturbing him. Maybe an insect, a lizard, or even a possum. But there was nothing. I even touched the tree, feeling around for signs of movement. Still nothing. The only odd thing was that the air around the tree was noticeably colder than the rest of the yard. It was a hot night, yet standing near that tree, the temperature dropped. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just wanted Chucky to stop barking. I stood next to him for about 5 minutes, staring at the tree, waiting to see what had him so worked up. But he wouldn't stop barking. Eventually, I gave up and dragged him inside, and he immediately calmed down. A few weeks later, I told my dad about it. He casually said, "Dogs can see ghosts." I asked him how he knew that, and he just shrugged. "Saw it on TV." I didn't know whether to believe him or not, but I never forgot what he said. 2 years later, my mom met someone new, and we moved again, this time to a rural area. Her partner, Dip, nickname, and his son moved in with us. For a while, nothing strange happened. Then, one morning, I had another strange experience, one that still unsettles me when I think about it. My brother and I were waiting for the bus outside the house. We sat on the driveway, which had a drain pipe running underneath it. I was sitting with my legs hanging over the edge, chatting with my brother about school and random things. Then I heard whispering. At first, it was faint, almost like the wind was carrying voices from far away. I turned my head, trying to figure out where it was coming from. The whispering grew louder, and I realized it wasn't just one voice. It was multiple voices. But I couldn't make out any words. It sounded like several people whispering at the same time, all overlapping. I looked at my brother, and he had the same confused expression on his face. "You hear that?" I asked. He nodded. "Yeah. Where is it coming from?" I kept listening, turning my head from side to side, trying to pinpoint the source. Then, suddenly, the whispering stopped. Everything was silent again. But for some reason, I couldn't stop looking at the drain. Something in my mind told me that's where the voices had come from. For the next few days, I would check the drain every morning, hoping to hear the voices again. But I never did. I still don't know what caused any of those experiences, but they've stayed with me ever since. Maybe there's a logical explanation. Maybe there isn't. Either way, I haven't forgotten them. It started as a normal Saturday night. I had dinner, got drunk, and went to bed. At that point in my life, I was dealing with a lot of heavy things, and alcohol seemed like a way to cope. I don't drink as much anymore because of it. But looking back, I realize it wasn't just the drinking that changed my life that night. It was what I did before I went to sleep. That night, for reasons I can't fully explain, I decided to dabble in supernatural practices. I had always been fascinated by the unknown, and in my drunken state, I thought it would be a good idea to try spirit channeling and summoning. It was a terrible mistake. Almost immediately, I made contact with a spirit child, or at least, that's what it wanted me to believe. He wouldn't tell me his name, and something about him felt deeply wrong. I could sense his malice. He wasn't looking for help, nor was he friendly. He made it very clear. He thought I was weak, and he wanted to consume me. Instead of being afraid, I laughed at him. I was drunk, arrogant, and completely unaware of what I had just invited into my space. When I mocked him, he grew angry. His rage was palpable. But I didn't take it seriously. I taunted him even more. And then I passed out. I always dream when I sleep, and most of the time, my dreams are lucid. Sometimes they're amazing, but other times they're horrifying. That night, my dream was the worst kind of nightmare imaginable. In my dream, I fell in love with a girl. It felt so real. Her face, her voice, the emotions. One thing led to another, and after some time, we got on a bus together. For just a moment, I turned away from her. When I turned back, she was cutting her own stomach open. Her hands were covered in blood, and as I stared in shock, she reached inside herself and pulled out a nearly fully developed fetus. She held it out to me and said, "I know you want children, so here." I screamed. The fetus twisted and morphed, its flesh burning away, transforming into a small demon, engulfed in flames. It lunged at me, and in that moment I caught fire too. I could feel the searing pain, the heat consuming me. I was still screaming as I woke up. But I didn't wake up like normal. It was slow, drawn out, like déjà vu, as if I was being pulled between the dream and reality. When I finally opened my eyes, I was still screaming. My body felt hot to the touch, like I had actually been burning. But the room was freezing cold, colder than it should have been, the kind of cold where you could see your own breath. Something was in the room with me. I could feel it. The hatred in the air was overwhelming, suffocating. It was like the room itself was filled with pure malice, something that wanted to hurt me, to break me, to own me. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I felt like if I even acknowledged it, it would get stronger, more real. So I did the only thing I could think of. I dropped into a sleeping position, faced the wall, and started praying. I begged God for forgiveness, for protection from evil. I prayed the same prayer over and over again, for what felt like half an hour. And then, finally, I felt it. The evil presence slowly started to fade, but something else took its place, something protective, something warm. It felt like I was being shielded. Ever since that night, my life has never been the same. I now have an intense fear of pitch black darkness, something I never had before. Even in broad daylight, I can feel things watching me. Wherever I go, I sense two presences. One is dark, hateful, filled with rage. The other is calm, protective, almost angelic. I don't know what I brought into my life that night, but I know it's still here. And I don't think it's ever leaving. I spent several years bouncing between failed foster placements, never staying in one place for long. When I was almost 11, just a month shy of my birthday, I ended up at Brattleboro Retreat. It was originally an insane asylum, and even though I was placed in their off-campus child unit, I was still relieved. I had heard plenty of stories about the main campus, and it freaked me out. Life in the unit followed a strict routine. At certain times of the day, we had to wait quietly in our rooms while the staff prepared meals and tallied up our privilege points for the day. There were 11 of us kids, and we all knew the drill. I had been living there for nearly a year before anything strange happened. One day, during quiet time, I was sitting in my room on the second floor, reading a book. Everything was silent, until, out of nowhere, I heard a cat's meow. It was clear, distinct, a single meow, like a cat had just wandered into the room and was asking for food or attention. I froze. We weren't allowed pets on the unit. There were no cats inside the building. I put my book down and looked out the window, thinking maybe a stray had wandered onto the property. But there was nothing in the yard. For a second, I considered that it might have been one of the other kids making noise. But the sound had been so close, as if it were right in the room with me. And besides, if it had been another kid, the staff would have heard it through the baby monitors and told them to quiet down. The strangest part? My bedroom was one of only 2 rooms upstairs that didn't share a wall with anyone else. Even now, I have no explanation for what I heard. That was my first strange experience. Years later, I encountered something even weirder. My boyfriend and I have been seeing a shadow creature, one that changes shape, but most often appears as a feline figure. It follows him. He's seen it at his previous girlfriend's houses, his grandmother's house, his parents' house, and even at both of our apartments. I've only had 2 encounters with it, but he sees it all the time. The first time I saw it, I was living with him and his parents. We had just been in an argument, and I was packing my things to leave. As I sat on the floor, stuffing clothes into bags, I saw something jump over them. A blurred, dark shape, a tortoise-shell calico cat. For a split second, I saw its black fur streaked with patches of orange and cream, and then it vanished just as quickly as it had appeared. His parents had never owned a cat. It wasn't a shadow in the corner of my eye. It was right there, in front of me. The second time I saw it was when we were living in our old apartment. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, reading a book. As I read, I noticed something moving just above the top edge of my book. A dark gray, almost black shape. It looked like a small creature, almost like a koala, peeking over the rim of our laundry basket. I stared, not looking directly at it but watching it from the corner of my eye. It was playing peekaboo with me. For almost half an hour, I kept watching it disappear whenever I looked directly at it, only to reappear in my peripheral vision. I never felt afraid. Just startled. There was no bad energy coming from it, no sense of evil or malice. But there was something strange about the way it followed my boyfriend. I have a feeling it's someone connected to him. Maybe his grandfather, who passed away when he was young. Or maybe his birth mother, who was murdered when he was just 1 year old. Whatever it is, it hasn't left him. And I don't think it ever will. That night at my grandparents' house remains etched in my mind, a memory that lingers like a shadow in the corners of my thoughts. I was about 10 years old, staying over like I had many times before. Their home in Crawfordsville, Indiana, was familiar and comforting, yet that night something changed. Crawfordsville has its share of dark history, especially the old rotating jail only a few miles away. Stories about that place always fascinated and unsettled me, the way prisoners had lost limbs, been crushed, or even decapitated by the rotating bars. The thought of such brutal machinery working against the bodies of the imprisoned painted a terrifying image in my mind. But those stories were distant, locked away in time. I never imagined that something sinister might find its way into my grandparents' home. That evening, I was curled up on the bed watching TV in the master bedroom, the soft glow from the screen casting flickering shadows across the walls. The house was quiet except for the low murmur of the television. Then I heard it, a soft shuffling noise coming from the hallway. It wasn't loud, just the faint sound of someone moving. At first, I thought it was Grandpa, shuffling in his house slippers, making his way down the hallway as he always did. "Hi, Grandpa!" I called out, not looking away from the screen. No response. I frowned, listening carefully. Maybe he hadn't heard me. I called out again, louder this time. Still nothing. A strange unease crept into my chest. I pushed myself off the bed and tiptoed to the doorway, peeking down the dimly lit hallway. The air felt different, heavier somehow. "Hello?" I whispered. My eyes locked onto the bathroom door. It was closing, just as if someone had entered. The movement was slow, deliberate. My stomach tightened, but I shook the feeling off. Grandpa must have gone in without hearing me. I turned back to the TV, forcing myself to dismiss the eerie sensation crawling over my skin. But then, I realized something. Grandpa never used the hallway bathroom. He always used the master bathroom, the one attached to the very room I was in. Just as my mind processed this unsettling detail, I heard his voice, casual and unaware, calling from the living room. "Time to brush your teeth!" A cold wave passed through me. He was in the living room. But I had just seen the bathroom door close. My hands clenched into fists as I waited, listening intently for the sound of the bathroom door opening again. But it didn't. I remained frozen in place until Grandpa eventually got up and walked past me into the hallway bathroom. I stood still, watching, my heart pounding as he stepped out a few minutes later, holding all the toothbrushes in his hands. His face was pale, his hands shaking slightly. "Let's brush in our bathroom tonight," he said, his voice unusually firm. He didn't explain, and I didn't ask. The unspoken understanding between us was clear. Something was in that hallway bathroom, and we weren't going to acknowledge it. That night, I should have slept soundly, safely tucked under my grandma's handmade Afghan blanket on the fold-out couch in the living room. But sleep was the last thing my body allowed me. The house had fallen silent, save for the ticking clock and the occasional creaks of the wooden floors settling. Then, the shuffling sound returned. This time, it was unmistakable. It wasn't the sound of slippers dragging on the floor. It was something else, something lighter yet deliberate. I pulled the Afghan over my head, peering through the tiny holes in the knit pattern, my breast shallow. And then I saw it. By the windows, where the moonlight barely reached, a figure stood. A white, cloud-like shape hovered just above the floor, its edges shifting and flickering as though made of mist. It was not the curtains. The curtains were dark green and still. The figure turned. My entire body locked in place. It had no distinct features, just a swirling mass of pale, white particles. But somehow, I felt it staring at me. My throat closed up. I wanted to scream, but the sound refused to leave my lips. I wanted to move, but my limbs refused to obey. The figure lingered, watching. Then, it took a step forward. That was all it took to snap me out of my paralysis. I bolted. My bare feet barely touched the floor as I ran down the hallway, straight to my grandparents' room. I shook them awake, my words tumbling out in a terrified rush. Grandpa was instantly alert, but instead of questioning me, he put a finger to his lips, a silent command. "Don't tell." I nodded, my chest still heaving, and crawled onto the floor next to my sister, who had claimed my dad's old bed. I didn't sleep that night, my eyes wide open, staring at the bedroom door, listening. The next morning, nothing was said. The house was bright, filled with the smell of breakfast and the usual morning chatter. But something had changed. Grandpa was quieter than usual. He glanced at me once, as if to check if I would bring it up, but I didn't. And I never have. Even now, as an adult, I've never spoken about that night. Not to my parents, not to my sister, not to anyone. Because the look in Grandpa's eyes that night told me everything I needed to know. He had seen it too. And whatever it wasn't meant to be spoken of. When I was younger, I lived in 2 houses where strange things would happen. My mother, my sister, and I shared both houses, though in the second one, my sister had moved out, leaving just my mom and me for about 2 years. In the first house, I shared a room with my sister, and we had bunk beds. I think I slept on the top bunk. I remember things moving on their own, objects disappearing and never turning up again, feeling something touch me, and occasionally hearing whispers, almost like someone calling my name. But I never paid much attention to any of it. I assumed it was my imagination, so I didn't let it bother me. Looking back, I don't know why I wasn't more scared, especially since ghost stories always terrified me, yet experiencing things firsthand didn't seem to faze me. When we moved into the second house, I started paying more attention. I had become interested in ghosts, and no longer scared as easily. I watched paranormal shows and movies, fascinated by the idea of spirits. That's when I had one of my first clear experiences. I was sitting at the computer when I felt something breathe on my neck. A few moments later, I felt fingers run through my hair. I turned around, expecting to see my mom or sister, but no one was there. After that, it didn't happen again that day, but the feeling stayed with me. Another time, my best friend was spending the weekend at my house. My mom was in the living room picking a movie to watch. She grabbed one of the Bring It On DVDs, hesitated, then put it back and chose something else instead. Later, she decided to watch it after all, but the movie was gone. She searched everywhere, even asked if my friend or I had taken it, but neither of us had. We never found it. To this day, 5 years later, it's still missing. A year or so later, I decided to try a little paranormal investigation, like the ones I'd seen on TV. I didn't have any equipment, just a pen and paper to write things down. Home alone, I set up a test, placing a small toy mouse on the entertainment center, with its tail hanging over the edge. I asked out loud, "If you're here, please move the tail so I know you're real." A couple of minutes passed, and then the tail lifted slightly, held in the air for a second, then dropped. The force of it even shifted the toy. I was shocked but calmly said, "Thank you for showing me you're here." That was the most direct response I ever got. Around the same time, I started waking up at exactly 3:20 every night. I had heard about 3 a.m. being the witching hour, a time when paranormal activity is said to be strongest, but I didn't know much about it. Every time I woke up, I felt like something was crawling on my bed. I knew it wasn't my cats because they were on the floor beside me. Some nights, my blankets were pulled off. It only happened to me, never to my mom. She always said I was dreaming, but I knew I wasn't. One day, while sitting in the living room, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Looking toward the dining room, I spotted a misty figure. It looked like a man, possibly in his 20s or 30s, wearing old mining clothes and holding a pickaxe. His form was bluish-white and slightly transparent, but I could clearly see him before he disappeared. Then, suddenly, everything stopped. After we moved into our third house, I never experienced anything paranormal again. It's been 2 years now, and nothing unusual has happened. I wonder if the spirits were attached to the houses themselves or if something had followed me and just decided to leave. Whatever it was, it never came with me to this new place. I've lived in this house since I was little, and over the years, a lot of strange and unexplainable things have happened. The feeling of being watched is constant in my bedroom, and nearly everyone who has ever slept there has said the same thing. My mom stayed in my room once and was so freaked out that she swore she'd never sleep there again. I always keep the light on when I sleep in there, which I know sounds childish, but I can't help it. I can sleep in the dark in any other room in the house, just not my bedroom. The darkness in there makes me feel threatened, like my fight or flight instinct is kicking in for no reason. One time, I heard a little girl's voice say, "Mommy?" in my room. It scared me so badly that I couldn't sleep in there for a whole week. Then there was the issue with the closet lights. I used to have 2 old, broken lamps that my mom stored on the top shelf of my closet. These lamps had been broken for months, weren't plugged in, and didn't even have light bulbs in them. But somehow, light would shine through the slats in my closet doors. I told my parents about it, but they didn't believe me. I usually try to ignore any psychic abilities I might have because they make me anxious. But one time, my friend Amanda told me to try and focus on what I could see. When I did, I had this terrifying vision of complete darkness with hands reaching up, like they were trying to grab me. That night, I had a nightmare where I was standing in the hallway near my parents' room, and their bedroom door started opening and shutting on its own. I ran outside, but then I saw the door again through the window. It was almost shut, except for a small crack, and through that crack, I saw 2 bright red eyes staring at me. Whatever it was started laughing in this deep, horrible voice that made my head hurt. A couple of weeks later, I was talking to my dad in that same hallway, and I saw something near the ceiling behind him, a silver mist floating from one side of the doorway to the other. I was staring at it, and my dad asked what I was looking at. When I told him, he brushed it off as my imagination, but I know what I saw. That wasn't the last time I saw it either. One night, I went into the kitchen for a drink, and the same silver mist appeared again. This time, it was bigger and brighter, lighting up the entire room. No lights were on, and it was completely dark before it appeared. I didn't tell anyone about it, but it freaked me out. Something also physically touched me once. I was falling, and I felt an arm behind me, stopping me from hitting the ground. I could feel it against my back. But I was home alone with my mom at the time, and she was in the bathroom, so it couldn't have been her. It felt like whatever it was trying to help, but the idea of being touched by something I couldn't see still scared me. I hear strange noises in the house all the time. Knocking sounds on the walls when no one is there. Weird scraping noises from inside drawers and on the walls. One time, I was home alone cooking dinner, and I heard a scratching noise coming from the kitchen drawers. I thought maybe it was a rodent, but when I checked, there was nothing. Later that night, I heard the same noise coming from the garage, like something scraping against the wall. When I checked, everything was normal. Then, as I was closing my bedroom door, the rosary beads I had hung on it scraped against the wood, making the exact same sound I had been hearing all night. My sister later told me she had heard it too, but in her room, right behind her headboard. Just yesterday, something happened that scared me more than anything before. I woke up from a nightmare where a pale face was staring at me from a dark window, like a ghost. I was fully awake at this point, moving around my room, folding a blanket that had fallen on the floor. When I glanced at my window, everything outside looked normal. It was a sunny morning. But then I caught something in my TV screen's reflection. Ahead, a man was staring into my window. But when I turned to look at the window itself, no one was there. The curtain is sheer, so if someone had been outside, I would have seen them. The reflection was clear as day, but there was nothing outside. One of the strangest experiences I had was in the bathroom. I was taking a shower when I heard someone say my name. A scratchy voice, like someone who smoked way too many cigarettes, called out, "Sarah!" and then went silent. At the same time, I saw a shadow on the shower curtain. But the weirdest part? The shadow looked like one of those cartoon ghosts, rounded at the top, like something straight out of Casper the Friendly Ghost. I still don't understand why it looked like that. I don't know what's in this house, but whatever it is, I've felt its presence my entire life. Some things seem harmless, maybe even helpful, but other things feel different. Whatever is here, it's never really left. A few days ago, I was staying at my colleague Zadi's apartment in Malaysia. I was there for a project, and since our submission deadline was the next morning, I decided to stay over at her place for the night. Her husband was away in another city for work, and her sister was babysitting Zadi's 11-month-old son. The apartment was a standard 2-bedroom unit on the 6th floor. It was a quiet, normal space, at least that's what I thought before that night. We spent the evening working at the coffee table, typing away on our laptops, discussing, sharing notes, and finalizing the report. Every now and then, I thought I heard soft sobs echoing faintly through the apartment. At first, I dismissed it, thinking it must be the wind or some noise from a neighboring unit. But the more I listened, the clearer it became. It sounded like a child crying, low, muffled, and lingering in the background. The unsettling part was that Zadi didn't react to it, so I figured it was just my imagination. After a while, Zadi got up and asked if I wanted something to drink. I said yes, and she walked over to the kitchen counter. Just as I finished asking what my options were, we both froze in place. A voice. "Please stop it." It came from the baby monitor placed on the kitchen counter. The voice was small, shaky, like a child on the verge of tears. My heart started pounding. The baby monitor was a standard radio model, with one unit kept in her son Eli's room and the other in the kitchen. But there was no way we should have heard those words. Eli was just 11 months old, He could barely form proper words yet, let alone speak in such a pleading tone. Zadi's face drained of color. I turned to her, trying to process what had just happened. My instinctive reaction was to say, "Who was that?" She just shook her head. "No one." Without another word, she walked quickly to Eli's room, picked up the monitor, shut the door, and came back to sit beside me. I could see how shaken she was. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "I'm not crazy," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I think there's a child spirit in this house." I stared at her. She hesitated before continuing, as if deciding whether to tell me everything. Then she did. For months she had seen the apparition of a young boy, around 6 or 7 years old, running between the bedrooms. At first, it was just in her peripheral vision, a flicker of movement she could never quite focus on. But then, the sightings became clearer. She had seen him standing in the hallway once, just watching her. He had never done anything aggressive, but his presence was constant. Lingering. She had tried to ignore it, convinced herself it was just her mind playing tricks, but deep down, she knew it was real. I barely slept that night. Every sound, every creak, every shadow felt like it was watching me. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just my mind being paranoid. But I knew better. The next morning, I woke up early around 5 a.m. I've always had trouble sleeping in unfamiliar places, and my mild insomnia didn't help. To shake off the unease, I decided to do some yoga. After that, I took a shower in the master bathroom. As I stood in front of the mirror, brushing my hair and getting ready, I heard something behind me. A voice. But this time, it wasn't the soft, trembling voice of a child. It was rough. Husky. "You know you're dead." Every hair on my body stood on end. My breath caught in my throat. My hands went cold. Then, after a brief silence, the voice spoke again. "Why?" It was angry now. Resentful. I didn't move. I didn't turn around. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of that room. But my body was frozen. I could feel the presence behind me, so close, too close. And then, cling! A metallic sound rang out in the room, sharp and sudden. Something had moved. That was it. I let out a strangled squeak, bolted out of the room, and didn't stop running until I was in the living room, gasping for air. Zadi looked at me, startled. "What happened?" I wanted to tell her. I wanted to say every terrifying detail. But my voice failed me. For the rest of the morning, I sat on the couch, my mind racing with questions. What was that? Why did it say those words? Was it a warning? A message? A threat? Then another thought crept in, one that chilled me even more. What if the child's voice last night was warning us? What if we were the ones who weren't supposed to be there? I remembered a movie I had seen years ago, one where the characters didn't realize they were the dead ones haunting the living. I had thought it was just an interesting concept back then, but now, it felt disturbingly real. I don't know what haunts that apartment, but I know one thing for sure, I'm never going back. Before I left, I told Zadi she should get the place blessed. Or better yet, move out. Because whatever was in that house, it wasn't meant to be there. I have been staying in my boyfriend's room on and off for about 5 years now. His room is in the basement of his parents' house, with an entrance outside. It's part of a section that was renovated into a living space. The washer and dryer are in the room, and pipes run through the walls into the basement. There is also a door connecting to the basement, but it's covered by a piece of plywood that has been screwed shut. My boyfriend has lived here since he was 6, and now at 25, he has never really experienced anything that scared him enough to consider the idea of something supernatural. But recently, things have been happening that we just can't explain. One evening, he was outside doing the recycling as usual when he suddenly felt sick. He texted me saying he felt extremely weak and like he couldn't move. The feeling lasted for about an hour. Later that night, he mentioned that his head had touched a stick that was tied with twine under an overhang, where his stepdad had hung a dead deer's head. Without thinking much of it, he had tossed the stick into the woods. Ever since then, strange things have been happening. We started hearing footsteps around the house, especially outside. At first, we thought it was just someone lurking around, maybe trying to steal something. We even set up a security camera pointing toward the windows, hoping to catch whoever it was. That night, we didn't see a single thing on the footage, but I could hear something: soft footsteps, the sound of jeans rubbing together, and even two people whispering. It sounded like a man and a woman talking, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. The creepiest part was that the sounds seemed to be right next to the camera, yet there was no one there. That's when I started believing that it wasn't a real person at all. Almost every night after that, we began hearing more and more unexplained noises. It sounded like someone tampering with the basement door, tapping on the windows, and walking on the deck. The basement door outside is screwed shut, so there's no way someone could actually get inside. Yet the sounds continued. This has been happening for months, and the more I think about it, the more I realize that even before we really noticed, these things had been happening for a long time. A couple of nights ago, even our neighbors started experiencing strange things. One of them was soaking in his jacuzzi when he suddenly heard something slam against his door, like someone trying to kick it open. He rushed out, but there was no one there. Later, around 2 a.m., he swore he heard my boyfriend and me fighting outside his window. But we weren't outside, we were inside, completely silent. Another neighbor described hearing a loud bang, like a pipe bursting. On another night, she thought she saw someone sitting on her deck but was too afraid to look closely. She also saw someone across the street, pacing and talking to himself. It feels like something is haunting us, but we have no idea why or why it's happening now. We've been using sage to cleanse the space and lighting protection candles. We even crushed red brick and lined all the windowsills, the door, and the basement entrance with it, hoping to keep whatever it is from getting closer. Last night was one of the worst. The noises started around 11 p.m. and continued through the night. It sounded like someone trying to pry open the basement door and moving things behind the washer and dryer. I hear that sound all the time. I try not to let it scare me, but whatever this is, it feels like it's getting stronger. I don't want to give it the fear it seems to be feeding off, but I don't know what else to do. That Christmas at my grandmother's house was when I first realized that something beyond my understanding existed. I was just 8 years old, too young to grasp what I had witnessed, yet somehow, deep inside I knew. I had stepped away from the family for a little while, admiring the ornaments on the Christmas tree when something caught my eye, a flash of bright light. I turned, and there, in my grandmother's bedroom, was a ceiling-to-floor stream of pure white light. It was wider than a human figure, moving steadily across the wall, heading toward the kitchen. I remember feeling rooted to the spot, mesmerized and terrified at the same time. When I finally found the courage to run to the kitchen to see what it was, there was nothing there. Just silence. Despite my young age, I instinctively knew it was a spirit. I didn't know how, but I was certain of it, even though I had never been told that such things could truly exist. Years passed, and in 6th grade, my experiences became more unsettling. I was home alone every day after school around 2:40 p.m., and the house would be eerily silent until the noises began. At first, I heard footsteps downstairs, slow and deliberate, like someone moving with intent. Then, after a few minutes, the upstairs toilet would flush. That was when my fears started to build. But what truly sent chills down my spine was the toy monkey in the living room. It was one of those wind-up toys with symbols that clashed together when wound. I hated that toy. And yet, on more than one occasion, it would start going off by itself. It needed to be physically wound up to work, yet there it was, clanging away with no explanation. Then there was the basement. Every day, I could hear someone, or something, walking up and down the basement stairs. It happened so often that I became paralyzed with fear, too afraid to even go near the door leading down there. I didn't understand spirits, or the paranormal at the time, but I knew whatever was in my house was real. I was terrified that if I did anything wrong, if I upset it in some way, it would come for me. Eventually, curiosity got the best of me. I invited 2 friends over, one a non-believer, to prove that I wasn't making things up. That day, we tried to communicate with the presence. What we discovered shook us to the core. Through various means, we learned that the spirit's name was Janet. She was 81 years old and seemed deeply melancholic. Strangely, before we even made contact, I had an instinct that her name was either Janice or Janet. That eerie confirmation sent shivers down my spine. We asked her if she could control electricity, and when we told her to turn off our flashlight, it flickered off multiple times on command. That was when I remembered seeing her once before, months earlier. It had been just a glimpse, a brief moment when I was outside in the summer, and I happened to look up at my sister's bedroom window. There, peering out at me, was a woman with long, straight hair and the saddest expression I had ever seen. That night after we communicated with her, something even stranger happened. I had a fortune cookie from my parents take out the night before, and when I cracked it open, the slip of paper read, "Seek advice from an octogenarian." Janet was 81. An octogenarian. My friends were horrified. They refused to ever come to my house again. Since then, many of my friends who have visited have admitted they felt an overwhelming sense of being watched, especially in the basement. Some would refuse to go down there at all, claiming it made their skin crawl. But Janet wasn't the only spirit in my life. There was something else, something in my grandmother's house, something different. Her house was over 80 years old, and I had always felt uneasy upstairs. But it wasn't until 2 years ago that I truly became afraid of it. One night, I was staying there, already dreading having to sleep upstairs. I was lying in bed, nearly asleep, when I heard footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, coming down the hallway. Assuming it was my dad getting up, I peered through the cracked door to see, but there was no one there. I tried to shake off the fear, forcing myself to believe I had imagined it. But then, the footsteps started again. This time, they approached the bedroom door. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. The sound moved closer, right up beside my bed. But when I turned to look, there was nothing. Just empty air. And yet I knew something was standing there, inches away, watching me. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. The weight of its presence pressed down on me like a suffocating blanket. I was frozen in fear, too scared to move, too terrified to even breathe. After that night, I refused to sleep in that room again. And oddly enough, once I moved to the other guest room, the presence never bothered me again. I later confided in my aunt, who had her own history of spiritual experiences. She told me she had always felt something was upstairs but wasn't sure what it was either. Back at home, Janet had become quieter, though not entirely gone. Recently, my sister made a mask for art class, and my mom hung it up in her room. That night, we heard a loud crash. The mask had fallen to the floor, and every single bead had been knocked off. My mom swore it had flown off the wall. A few days later, we fixed it, rehung it, and the exact same thing happened. It was as if something was rejecting it, as if Janet or something else in the house didn't want it there. The mask bore a striking resemblance to Native American art, and our land had been known for Native American history. I couldn't help but wonder if Janet had some connection to that past, if she had been drawn to our home because of something deeper, something tragic. Lately, she has been quiet. I haven't tried to communicate with spirits again, and maybe that's for the best. I don't know if these things happen for a reason, or if spirits linger because they need help. But what I do know is this: once you've had an encounter with the unseen, once you've felt something watching you, once you've heard footsteps approaching in an empty room, you never forget. When we moved into the apartment in 2012, we never expected anything unusual. It was a beautiful place, spacious and well lit, located in the same city as our previous home. But from the very first night, we knew something felt off. That first night was both scary and, in hindsight, a little funny. Since my husband was staying in another city, it was just me and the girls. Even though we had 2 large bedrooms, we decided to sleep together in one room. My bed hadn't arrived yet, so we pushed 2 twin mattresses together to make enough space for the 3 of us. Our heads rested near a wall with a window. Sometime after midnight, deep in sleep, I was startled awake by Sharon shaking me, her face filled with terror. She whispered that she had heard men talking outside about breaking in. My heart pounded. We were on the 2nd floor, with only one entrance secured by an iron screen door. Who could be outside? Grabbing my phone, I slowly got up and crept toward the window. Everything outside looked perfectly normal. No movement, no suspicious shadows. But then I pressed my ear against the wall, trying to hear what Sharon had heard. That's when I realized it. She had been listening to the downstairs neighbor's TV, playing at full volume. It must have been flush against the outside wall. When I told her, we laughed nervously, relieved but still unsettled. That was the least of the strange things that happened in that apartment. The 2nd bedroom, meant for the girls, remained mostly unused. There was something about it, something none of us could quite explain, but it always felt wrong. It was always just a little too cold, a little too still. We would hear noises coming from inside when no one was in there, small creaks, occasional taps, even a faint shuffling sound like someone moving around. One night, my husband's friend crashed in that room after a long night out. The next morning, he casually mentioned feeling someone walking around him while he was trying to sleep. He was too drunk to care at the time, but his words made my stomach turn. None of us had gone into that room that night. The sounds weren't confined to just the bedroom. The living room wall behind our flat-screen TV, on the other side of which was the walk-in closet in our bedroom, was another source of mystery. My husband and I would hear soft scratching, tiny thuds, and occasional, deliberate knocks. Sometimes, at night, he would hear faint noises throughout the house, rustling from the kitchen, the sound of a drawer sliding open, a faint but definite click, like a cabinet shutting. One night, I stayed up late embroidering at the dining table. The kitchen had 2 openings, one that led to where I was sitting and another that opened into a hallway leading to the bedrooms and bathroom. I had left the kitchen light on, and for the first couple of hours, everything was quiet. But around 3 a.m., I started hearing strange noises, faint at first, but then louder, like something shifting on the counters. I could feel the air around me change, thick with something unseen. Then, a sudden bang. The noise was so sharp and unexpected that I jumped, my heart hammering against my chest. I couldn't bring myself to check. I just sat there, staring into the kitchen, waiting for something else to happen. But just as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The eerie silence returned, and I swear, it felt like whatever had been moving around simply left at 5 a.m. But it wasn't just sounds. My husband kept insisting that we were leaving drawers and cabinets open. Every time he walked into the kitchen, he found at least one of them ajar. But we swore we weren't the ones doing it. Then, one evening, we came home to find them all, every single one, wide open. Even the silverware drawer, which was always stubborn and stuck, had been pulled out. No one had been home. There were smaller incidents too, whispers of the unexplained. One night, as I lay in bed, I suddenly smelled the distinct aroma of cooking meat, even though the kitchen was empty. I knew it wasn't coming from outside. It was too close, as if someone were cooking right next to me. That same night, Sharon woke up screaming from a night terror, unable to move. It was as if something had been waiting, lurking in the dark, feeding off our fear. Then there were the sightings. One afternoon, while watching TV, I caught a glimpse of something white drifting past the hallway. It was a flowing skirt, or maybe a long piece of fabric, moving lightly through the air. At first I thought it was Sharon, but when I called out to her, she responded from her bedroom. She hadn't moved. And she wasn't wearing white. Sharon, too, saw a woman in white another time, standing in the hallway. She described her as calm but distant, an unknown presence lingering in the house. Sue, on the other hand, spoke of seeing something different, a small, glowing ball of light, flickering for just a moment before vanishing. But the most disturbing experience happened to my husband. One evening, he was in the kitchen reaching for a container of sour cream from the fridge when something slapped his hand. Not a light touch, not a nudge, but a firm, deliberate slap. The force of it startled him, making him drop the container onto the floor. He spun around, expecting one of us to be behind him, but he was completely alone. It didn't stop there. Even after we moved out, it followed us. In our new home, in another city, it happened again. This time, we all heard it. My husband was in the kitchen when, out of nowhere, the distinct sound of a slap echoed through the room. A sharp, unmistakable smack. But this time, there was no mistaking it. No one was near him. We all heard it, and we all saw his reaction as he turned pale, rubbing his arm where he had been hit. I don't know what was haunting that apartment, but something was there. Just this year, we had to return to that old apartment to pick up a package that had been mistakenly delivered there. We were surprised to find out that new tenants had just moved in, again. It made me wonder how many families had come and gone since we left. Were they, too, experiencing the strange happenings we did? Were they waking up to find their cabinets open, hearing whispers in the night, feeling unseen hands against their skin? The thought still lingers in my mind. Some places are just different. And whatever was in that apartment, I don't think it ever really left. Our house was older than I was, and it had never been blessed. My grandfather, once a faith healer before becoming a bookkeeper, did not believe in the teachings of the church, though he was Catholic. The house held its share of strange experiences, stories that still linger in my mind, unexplained and unsettling. One of the earliest incidents happened when I was just 2 months old. My mother recalled this moment with a mix of confusion and awe. My father was away at the time, and since mobile phones weren't common yet, she had to go downstairs to answer his call. She left me on the bed, safely surrounded by pillows, confident that I wouldn't move much at that age. As she spoke with my father, a loud thump echoed from upstairs, sending a wave of panic through her. Fearing the worst, that I had somehow fallen, she rushed up the stairs, but something didn't add up. I wasn't crying. Any baby would have cried after a fall. When she reached the room, the pillows were on the bed, but I wasn't there. Frantic, she searched the room until she finally looked under the bed, and there I was, still fast asleep, lying on a pillow. To this day, she cannot explain how I ended up there without making a sound. She believes it was my guardian angel protecting me. But the question that has always lingered is, why would an angel move me in the first place? Another experience happened around 1990, during my elementary school years. It was summer break, and my mom, younger sister, and I were watching TV in my parents' bedroom. My dad always came home from work around 3 p.m., usually bringing snacks for us. That day, as the clock neared 3 o'clock, my mother casually mentioned that Dad would be home any minute. Just then, 3 distinct knocks came from the door. My mom, assuming it was Dad, jumped up and opened it with a playful "Tadie!" But no one was there. We froze, staring at the empty doorway. My dad had a very particular way of knocking, a rhythmic pattern we all recognized, but the sound we heard was different. Minutes later, Dad finally arrived and was surprised to see us huddled together, visibly shaken. When we told him what had happened, he simply shrugged it off, calling it nothing. But it wasn't nothing, not to us. The odd occurrences in our house were sporadic, but they always left an unsettling feeling. During my senior year of high school, I stayed up late one night studying for an exam. My bed was positioned near the door, and I was sitting at the edge of it when I suddenly heard something just outside. It was the distinct sound of a ball bouncing, 3 times, before stopping abruptly. The noise was so clear, so real, that I tried to picture the kind of ball it could be. It sounded like one of the plastic Christmas ornaments we had, the kind that could make a sharp, hollow sound when bounced. I debated whether or not I should open the door. A part of me needed to look, to confirm whether something, or someone, was there. But a stronger part of me was afraid of what I might see. What if something was waiting on the other side? I decided not to risk it. Instead, I turned off my lamp and forced myself to sleep with the lights on. The next morning, as I stepped out of my room, my eyes immediately landed on something at the bottom of our shoe rack. It was the exact ball I had imagined the night before. I picked it up, rolled it between my fingers, then let it drop onto the floor, watching as it bounced 3 times, making the exact same sound I had heard. But there was no way it could have bounced on its own. I told my mother, and she simply said, "Next time, just pray." After my grandfather passed away, my father joined the Sacred Heart of Jesus organization in our diocese and eventually became the president. Grandpa had always been against owning dogs, but after he died, my parents decided to get one. Soon, our home was filled with the sounds of barking and tiny paws running across the floors, a small but welcome distraction from the house's eerie quiet. One afternoon, our dogs started barking frantically at the back of the house, their attention fixed on the wall of my great-aunt's home. That house was much bigger than ours, a 2-story structure with 4 large rooms upstairs. But those rooms had been empty for years ever since my cousin's family moved to the US. Only the ground floor was still occupied. That house had its own dark history. After my grandfather's passing, a distant relative, who had struggled with depression and drug abuse, hanged himself in the living room. His death left a heavy presence in the house, and though no one openly spoke about it, we all felt it. The dogs, however, knew something was there. Their barking grew more desperate, more frantic, as if they could see something we couldn't. My father, a lifelong skeptic, tried to calm them down, but they wouldn't stop. Eventually, he retrieved the holy water from our altar, reciting the chaplet of the Divine Mercy as he sprinkled it outside. The dogs immediately quieted. Even now, our house still carries its gloom. It has never been blessed, despite years of talk about finally doing it. Maybe this year will be different. Maybe, for once, the shadows will finally leave. Since the day I was born, I've had the ability to see things others couldn't. My family never questioned it at first, not until the strange events started piling up. I was raised by my young parents, who were only 17 when they had me, so we lived with my grandparents in their home. It was an older house, built in the 1970s, one of the first on the block before the neighborhood expanded. At first, everything seemed normal. But as I grew, so did the number of unexplained experiences. One of the first incidents happened when I was only a few months old. My family was throwing a party, music blaring, voices filling every room. In the midst of all this, I was asleep in my bedroom, only to suddenly wake up crying. My mom rushed to check on me but stopped at the doorway when she saw someone in the room. A young girl, sitting next to me, watching over me. The strangest thing? I stopped crying and went right back to sleep, as if comforted by her presence. My mom, assuming it was one of her 4 sisters, thought nothing of it and went back to the party. The next morning, while eating breakfast, my mom casually thanked her sisters. "Which one of you put Melissa back to sleep last night?" she asked, expecting a simple answer. But the room fell silent. None of them had been in the bedroom. No one had gone near me that night. My mom's stomach dropped as she realized whoever she had seen in the room with me wasn't one of her sisters. After that, things got stranger. As I started crawling and babbling, my mom would often find me laughing and playing with something unseen. She would watch as I reached out, giggled, and reacted as if someone were making funny faces at me. There was no one there. It didn't take long before she began to wonder, was I seeing something that no one else could? As the years passed, more people in the family started noticing her. The little girl. One night, my uncle was staying over, sleeping on the couch in the living room. Sometime in the middle of the night, he was woken by the sound of a soft, playful "Hello?" Thinking it was one of my younger cousins, he ignored it at first. But when he opened his eyes, he saw her. A little girl standing in the kitchen, peeking at him from behind the wall. He sat up, confused. Just as he was about to call out, she ducked behind the wall, almost as if she was playing hide and seek. Heart pounding, he waited, hoping to see who it was. A few seconds later, she peeked out again, smiling. That was enough for him. He grabbed his things and left. Fast forward to the most recent and final encounter I had with her. It was a night like any other. I had fallen asleep in my bed, only to wake up for no apparent reason. I wasn't scared, just strangely alert. Figuring I might as well use the restroom, I got up and made my way down the hallway. That's when I saw her. Standing at the very end of the hallway, just staring. I had seen her before, so I wasn't shocked, but there was something different about this time. I didn't feel the playful presence I was used to. I stood frozen for a few seconds before deciding to shake it off and go back to bed. That week, small things continued happening, nothing major, but enough to keep me on edge. The last night I saw her was also the last time I would hear her voice. I was lying in bed, about to drift off, when I felt the unmistakable sensation of someone sitting down next to me. My bed dipped under the weight, but when I glanced up, there was no one there. Yet, the imprint on the mattress remained, as if someone was sitting right beside me. I tried to ignore it, turning over to sleep, but then I heard it. A whisper. My name. I turned my head toward the doorframe, and there she was. Watching me. Something was different this time. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My body was frozen in place, paralyzed by an unknown force. The last thing I remember was staring at her, my vision growing darker until everything faded to black. The next morning, I woke up with no recollection of how I fell asleep. I felt exhausted, as if I had been awake all night. I told my mom about what had happened, and later that evening, she came home with some unexpected news. At work, her friend, who happened to be a medium, randomly asked if she had a daughter. My mom, caught off guard, said yes. Then her friend asked, "Has she ever mentioned seeing a little girl?" My mom's heart dropped. She had never talked about our experiences at home, not to anyone. The medium then told her a tragic story. Years ago, a fire had broken out in our home. A little girl had been inside, desperately running from room to room, searching for her mother. She thought her mom was asleep, but in reality, she wasn't there. The fire consumed the house, and the little girl didn't make it out. She had been stuck there ever since. The medium told my mom that the little girl was drawn to me. Maybe because I could see her, maybe because she felt lonely and wanted someone to play with. That night, we prayed for her. We lit candles and asked for her to find peace, to move on. Since then, I haven't seen her. I haven't heard her voice. But sometimes, in the quiet moments, I wonder if she's still there, watching from the shadows, waiting. Looking back, I realize that I've had paranormal encounters for as long as I can remember. My parents told me that when I was just 3 years old, I used to complain about an old woman standing halfway up the stairs. They thought it was just my imagination. Kids see things, they said. But then something strange happened. A few days later, I started drawing obsessively on pieces of paper. My parents couldn't figure out what I was scribbling at first, but after looking closer, they saw that I was repeatedly drawing the same figure, an all-black woman standing on the stairs. That's when they started paying attention. Around the same time, odd things started happening in their personal lives, friendships falling apart, unexpected trouble in different areas. Eventually, they decided we had to move. They never directly said it was because of the strange occurrences, but I always had a feeling that the two were connected. Years passed, and I didn't experience anything out of the ordinary, at least, not that I can remember. But when I was 9, another incident happened that I still can't explain. It was a bitterly cold winter night, and my parents had some friends over. I was tired, so I went to bed early. I had no reason to feel uneasy, but something in the room was off. At around 10 p.m., I felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The warmth in the room vanished, replaced by an icy chill that seeped into my bones. I was lying on my side, facing the wall, and I suddenly felt something behind me, something dark, heavy, watching me. I felt paralyzed, my body stiff with fear. I knew I wasn't alone. It was as if something was draining my energy, like the longer I stayed in that bed, the weaker I became. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself that it was all in my head. But the feeling didn't go away, it only grew stronger. After 10 minutes of sheer terror, I decided I had to see what was behind me. I forced myself to turn over. And that's when I saw it. A dark, towering figure stood right next to my bed. It was only inches away from me, looming over me in complete silence. There was no face, no features, just a dense shadow in the shape of a man, watching me. My entire body went cold. For a few seconds, I just stared, unable to process what I was seeing. I wasn't half asleep. I wasn't dreaming. This thing was there. I couldn't take it anymore. I flipped over, squeezed my pillow tightly, and shut my eyes. I lay there, wide awake, too terrified to move. 20 minutes passed before I finally found the courage to turn back around. It was gone. I still don't know what that was. I know I wasn't hallucinating. I know what I saw. That wasn't the last time something strange happened. For the past year, something else has been happening, something eerily consistent. It all started with small rocks being thrown at my window. The timing was always too perfect, as if it was meant to catch my attention. The first time it happened, I was by my window, smoking a joint. Just as I took a hit, a small rock suddenly hit my window. I jumped and immediately looked outside, expecting to see someone standing below. There was no one. The only place it could have come from was the left side of my house, but when I checked, the area was empty. It happened again. And again. One night, I was watching YouTube while smoking when my video suddenly froze. A few seconds later, thunk. Another rock hit the window. I jumped up, ran to the window, and scanned the area. Again, no one was there. The strangest time was when my mom was with me. We were sitting in my room, having a deep conversation about spirituality. Midway through our discussion, another rock hit the window, this time bouncing off the porch roof just below. My mom turned to me, startled. She had been sitting where she could clearly see the direction it came from. She swore she saw nothing, no person, no movement, nothing. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just a random prank. I told my dad about it. He used to be a fortune teller, and he had always been in tune with the spiritual side of things. When I explained what had been happening, he simply said, "Something is trying to tell you something." That sentence has stuck with me ever since. I don't know what it is. I don't know who it is. But whatever is throwing those rocks, whatever stood by my bed that night, whatever I saw on the stairs as a child, it's been with me for a long time. Maybe it's trying to communicate, maybe it's trying to warn me, or maybe it just wants to be noticed. The question is, should I answer? It happened 3 years ago in the quiet town of Bethany, Connecticut, a place I had called home for 3 years before leaving for college in upstate New York. Bethany was as rural as it gets, endless farmland, rolling hills, dense woods, and winding roads that cut through it all. It was the kind of town where you knew everyone, where horseback riding was as common as morning coffee. I had always loved it, even if it was a little isolated. During my senior year of high school, I started dating a girl from Milford, a larger town about 30 minutes away. That night, in early autumn, she had come over for dinner. We had spent the evening watching a movie, and before we knew it, it was time for me to take her home. She wasn't allowed to sleep over, so we got into my little Mazda 3 and headed off into the darkness. Driving through Bethany at night was always eerie. There were no streetlights, just miles of road swallowed by the blackness of the surrounding woods. The only light came from my high beams, cutting through the dark. About 2 miles into our drive, my girlfriend suddenly panicked. She had left her phone at my house. Annoyed but knowing she needed it, I turned the car around at the next available road, Old Mill Road. It was a short, dead-end street, barely 100 yards long, and ended at a gated-off trail where people would horseback ride during the day. Across from the entrance stood an old concrete manufacturing plant, abandoned for years, looming in the darkness. Halfway down the road, another narrow street branched off toward a few residential homes, but otherwise, the area was deserted. As I turned onto Old Mill Road, my high beams lit up the path ahead. The road was empty. But as we neared the dead end, we saw them. Two figures stood near the gate, a man and a little girl. I immediately switched to my low beams, not wanting to blind them. My girlfriend noticed them too and mumbled, "What are they doing out here?" It was a fair question. The town was quiet at night, and this was not a place where anyone would just be standing, let alone a child. Something already felt off. I began making a three-point turn, putting the car in reverse to back out of the narrow road. The moment I did, my girlfriend spoke again. "Watch out for those people." I glanced over my shoulder, and that's when I saw them up close. The man was dressed casually in jeans and an orange shirt. His skin was darker, possibly Hispanic. He was holding the hand of a young girl who couldn't have been older than 7. She wore a pink shirt and had a small pink backpack strapped to her shoulders. They just stood there, staring at us. I frowned, confused. Why weren't they moving? Most people, especially a father, would instinctively step out of the way when a car was backing toward them. But these two didn't budge. They stood still as statues, directly behind my car, as if they wanted to be hit. I hesitated, still rolling back slowly, watching them. Something isn't right. That's when I noticed it. Their faces were missing. I gripped the steering wheel, my chest tightening. From the shoulders up, they were hazy, almost transparent, as if they weren't fully there. The outline of their heads was clear, but I could see straight through them, straight through to the trees and trail beyond. It felt like all the air had been sucked from my lungs. I couldn't speak. I just sat there, frozen, staring at them in my rearview mirror, my heart hammering. A deep, gut-wrenching sense of dread crept over me, an emotion I had never felt so strongly before. It wasn't just fear. It was something worse. This isn't normal. This isn't real. I didn't know what to do. Then my girlfriend spoke again, completely unaware. "That guy needs to move his kid. You almost backed into them." Her words hit me like a punch to the stomach. She had seen them, but she hadn't noticed the faces. I forced my voice to work. It came out weak. "Baby, they didn't have faces." There was a pause. Then she laughed nervously. "What?" "Stop. You're scaring me." I wasn't joking. I threw the car into drive and rolled forward slowly, never taking my eyes off the mirror. They didn't follow. The moment my reverse lights went off, they faded into the darkness, disappearing into the woods as if they had never been there. I kept driving, white-knuckled, my girlfriend asking over and over what I had meant. But I couldn't explain it. How do you explain something that isn't supposed to exist? I pieced it together in my head, trying to rationalize it. A man and a little girl, waiting for a school bus at 11 p.m., standing on a dead-end road, not reacting as a car nearly reversed into them, and missing their faces. It was impossible. It was wrong. By the time we got back to my house, I was shaking. My girlfriend was still confused, trying to brush it off. But I could tell, she was scared too. That night, she refused to go home. She stayed over, something she had never done before. And I was glad. I didn't want to be alone. Even now, years later, I think about them. Who were they? What were they? Were they lost souls, spirits of a tragedy long forgotten? Or something else entirely? I still don't know. But I do know one thing. I will never, ever drive down Old Mill Road at night again. I spent a lot of my childhood at my grandparents' house, which was located in a small town called West End. To get there, we had to drive down a long dirt road that stretched through empty fields and thick patches of trees. Along the way, there was an old ruin with a small abandoned house next to it. Every time we passed by, I would catch glimpses of strange shadows and glowing figures near the ruins, but I always brushed them off as tricks of the light or passing animals. Deer, foxes, and owls were common in the area. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about that place was different, as if unseen eyes were watching from the darkness. Despite my curiosity, I never found the courage to explore it on my own. At the very end of the road stood my grandparents' farmhouse. It was old, more than 170 years old, and had once been part of a working farm. The house had been renovated over the years, but it still held an air of something ancient, something lingering in its walls. My grandparents had always been comfortable there, but for as long as I could remember, I felt a strange energy surrounding the place. It wasn't always unsettling, but it was certainly present. One evening, when I was about 11 or 12, my brother and I were arriving at the house after a long drive. It was late, and the world outside was blanketed in darkness. As we approached the gate, I saw someone standing near it. The figure was a man, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, a light check shirt tucked into dark tweed trousers, held up by braces. He also wore a small, round hat, which struck me as odd because my grandfather never wore hats. He stood on our side of the fence, as if locking the gate. His posture was relaxed, his movements slow and deliberate. Thinking it was my grandfather, I leaned over and honked the horn, expecting him to turn around. But instead of acknowledging me, he straightened up and, without hesitation, walked straight through the closed gate. He didn't open it, didn't climb over. He simply passed through it as if it weren't there, disappearing into the darkness beyond. I froze, staring in shock at the spot where he had just been. My brother, sitting beside me, was unfazed. I turned to him, my heart pounding. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He looked at me, confused. "See what?" he replied. He hadn't seen anything. Still trying to make sense of what had happened, we finally reached the gate and parked the car. As we stepped out, my real grandfather emerged from the house to greet us. My stomach twisted when I saw him. He wasn't wearing a hat, nor was he dressed in the clothes I had just seen on the man at the gate. Instead, he had on his usual polo shirt and shorts. My voice felt stuck in my throat, but I managed to ask, "Who else was outside just now?" My grandfather chuckled as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. "Oh, must be the ghost again," he said casually. I was stunned. He wasn't joking. He and my grandmother had seen the same man many times before, usually when they were out walking their dogs at night. They never felt threatened by him, but they always noticed his presence. My grandmother nodded in agreement, adding that he never seemed harmful, just there, as if he was watching over the land. Then my grandfather told me something even more unsettling. "You know, where you saw him walk through the gate, that used to be the original front door. The entrance had been relocated about 40 years ago, but apparently, the man I had seen still followed the path of the house as it once was. That wasn't the last time I saw him. Over the years, during my visits, I would occasionally catch glimpses of the same figure wandering near the property, always at dusk or in the late hours of the night. He never approached, never interacted with anyone, just appeared and disappeared, as if he was stuck between the past and the present. One night, while sitting outside with my grandfather, I saw the man again, this time walking past the living room window. My grandfather, noticing my reaction, turned to me and said, "You'll get used to him. He's just part of the place." It was strange, but in a way, I did get used to him. The more I saw him, the less afraid I became. He never caused harm, never made anyone feel unwelcome. It was as if he had once lived in the house, and even in death, he wasn't ready to leave. Even now, when I visit my grandparents, I sometimes get that familiar feeling, like unseen eyes are watching from the edge of the fields. Occasionally, I still catch a glimpse of the shadowy figure near the old gate, moving just as he always did, as if his time there never truly ended. When I took a job in Missouri on March 9, 2014, I had no idea how much my life would change. The job required a lot of traveling, and since it was close to where I grew up, my parents loaned me a house they had inherited but weren't using. This house had been in my family since my great-grandfather built it in the 1960s. It carried a long history, one filled with sorrow. my great-grandfather suffered from depression and, not wanting to traumatize his wife, shot himself at work. But when my great-grandmother heard of his death, she took her own life inside this house. The property then passed to my grandfather, who eventually succumbed to diabetes in a hospital. After him, my father inherited it, allowing my aunt and great-aunt to live there, as they were both disabled and elderly. My great-aunt was later moved to a nursing home, where she eventually passed away, leaving my aunt alone in the house. She lived there until she lost her battle with cancer 2 years ago, largely due to her smoking. Now, the house belonged to me, and I had been working on fixing it up, taking my time with repairs due to my limited finances. At first, I couldn't afford much furniture, so I slept on the floor in the kitchen while working on the other rooms. Every night, the house came alive with creaks, cracks, and scratches. I later realized most of these sounds came from raccoons, but sometimes there were footsteps. Other times I heard knocks, deliberate, rhythmic, and unsettling. I tried to ignore them, but it was impossible. I found myself sleeping with the lights on, burying my face in a pillow, just hoping to make it through the night. Being on the road for work became my escape. By April 10th, 2015, things had improved. The rooms were finished, and I could finally sleep in a real bed. I replaced the old appliances, put in new light fixtures, and even installed ceiling fans. I was starting to make the place my own. But there was one thing I hadn't touched since moving in, a voodoo talisman that had been hanging on the door. I don't know if my aunt was superstitious, but she had left it there. For the longest time, I was too afraid to remove it. It wasn't just about belief. I simply didn't want to test anything. But eventually, I convinced myself that as a Christian, I shouldn't be afraid of something I didn't believe in. So I took it down, threw away the rusty pin that held it, and tossed the talisman itself into the trash. Nothing happened. For weeks, everything was normal, and I felt like I had finally rid myself of the uneasy presence in the house. Then I got a cat. I thought she would bring some life into the place and make it feel less empty. The first night was rough. She wouldn't stop running around and meowing. To keep her company, I pulled out a mattress and slept on the floor in the living room. That's when it happened. As I watched my cat dart around, I heard it, clear but distant, a girl's voice. "Help me, I live here. Help me, I live right here." The words were stretched with a desperate, crying tone. The voice echoed, not from outside, but from within my house. It came from the bathroom. My entire body went cold. I wasn't scared at first, just frozen. It wasn't just a sound, it carried through the house, with a presence I could feel. My cat immediately stopped moving. She sat quietly in the hallway, staring at the bathroom door, her ears alert. She didn't move for hours. I tried to find a rational explanation. No records showed a little girl had ever lived or died in this house. There were no tragic accidents, no missing children tied to the property. And yet I had heard that voice as clearly as if someone had been standing right in the room with me. Just yesterday, I spoke to my neighbor about it. We started talking about the old houses in the area, and he shared something that sent a chill through me. When his family moved into their house, just a short distance from mine, they found strange things left behind by the previous occupants. A small Bible, satanic candles, chalk, and symbols drawn in one of the bedrooms. He had a priest come in and bless the house, and since then, he hadn't had any problems. I asked who had lived there before him, and he said it had been a family with a young boy. Apparently, the boy had been involved in something dark, something beyond just childish curiosity. I don't know if any of this is connected. I don't know if removing that talisman opens something that had been kept sealed for years. What I do know is that something is in this house. It has a voice. It has a presence. And for the first time in my life, I'm not sure if I want to know the truth. Last month, my brother celebrated his 5th wedding anniversary in his wife's hometown of Tacubaya, near Kohima in Nagaland. Nagaland is known for its World War memorials and the Hornbill Festival. Since it was an extended holiday weekend, I decided to join them in their celebrations. Ren, my brother's wife, took me sightseeing and then to visit her aunt's place in Kohima. We had planned to return before dusk, but due to some circumstances, we ended up staying longer. After dinner, we started heading back around 8 p.m. Since the meal had been heavy, we decided to walk a little to help with digestion. The road was lined with trees on both sides, isolated and completely deserted. I found the solitude peaceful and took a few pictures of the empty road ahead while Ren suggested other places we could visit during my stay. Just as we were talking, a high-pitched voice suddenly called out my name from behind us. The voice was sharp, breaking the silence of the night. Both of us froze in shock and turned around, but there was no one there. I asked Ren if she had heard my name being called, and she replied that she had heard her own name. That was strange because our names aren't similar at all. The only people who knew my name were Ren's relatives, and there was no reason for any of them to follow us. We stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. Then, we heard it again, a shrill voice, this time coming from the direction we were heading. I was certain it had called my name again, but Ren insisted that she had heard hers. The confusion was unsettling. We looked at each other, both feeling uneasy, and then gestured for us to keep walking. We walked in silence for the next kilometer or two until Ren suddenly stopped and looked behind us. I turned to her and asked what was wrong, but she didn't answer. Instead, she simply told me to walk faster. Without another word, we picked up our pace, almost speed walking until we reached the local ground, where her brother Kun picked us up in his car. 2 nights later, everything seemed fine. Ren had some relatives visiting, so she and her cousin Mandy had to share a room with me. I was sleeping at the edge of the bed, Ren in the middle, and Mandy on the other side. That night, Ren seemed restless, tossing and turning constantly. At first, I thought she was just uncomfortable being in the middle, but after a while, it became frustrating because she kept disturbing my sleep. After what felt like hours, I heard soft murmuring. At first, I assumed it was Ren talking in her sleep. Unable to fall back asleep, I sat up and drank some water, staring out the window as dawn began to break. Just then, I saw something move. At first, I thought it was outside the window, but then I noticed movement near the foot of the bed. I focused my eyes and realized there was a shadowy figure against the wall. It was translucent. I could faintly see the flower vase behind it, but still visible enough to recognize the shape of a person. My body froze, and before I could stop myself, I screamed in terror. The noise startled Ren and Mandy awake, and Mandy immediately switched on the lights. Jay and Kun, who were sleeping in the next room, rushed in. Mandy jumped out of bed and opened the door, while everyone else gathered around, asking me what had happened. I was so shaken that all I could say was that I had seen something. But in the chaos, I noticed one thing: Ren wasn't asking what I had seen. As everyone tried to calm me down, the sun began to rise. Too shaken to go back to bed, I went to the living room and turned on the TV. A little while later, Ren joined me. She looked exhausted. I apologized for waking her up, but she shook her head and thanked me instead. She said that my scream had stopped her nightmare. I didn't understand what she meant, but she then told me something that sent chills down my spine. That night on the road, when we heard our names being called, Ren initially thought it was just a child playing a prank. But when I insisted I had heard my name, and she was certain she had heard hers, she knew something wasn't right. When she had urged me to keep walking, she had already sensed something was off. Then, a few kilometers later, she had heard something else. A voice speaking in her dialect had whispered, "I want your child. I want it. Now!" The last word was almost a yell. Terrified, she had looked back and seen a woman standing there, a thin figure with long, unkempt hair, wearing tattered, dirty clothes. She had been too scared to say anything and had feared the woman might attack us. Before I could ask why she was so shaken, Ren revealed something that took me completely by surprise. She and Jay had been trying to have a baby, but they hadn't told anyone. After hearing that eerie demand for her child, she had felt an overwhelming sense of dread. That night, she took a pregnancy test, and it came back positive. She was 7 weeks pregnant. Jay had tried to reassure her that the incident on the road had been nothing more than a mentally unstable woman trying to frighten them. The part about wanting a child was just a coincidence, he reasoned. But Ren felt sick with unease. On the night I saw the shadow, Ren had fallen asleep for only a few minutes before waking up feeling cold. She pulled her blanket up to her chest, but soon after, she felt it slowly being pulled down toward her feet. At first, she thought Mandy was playing a prank, but when she turned her head, Mandy was sound asleep. Then, she looked toward the foot of the bed, and saw her. It was the same woman from the road. She was right there at the end of the bed, grinning and staring at Ren. Her presence was terrifying, yet she was slightly transparent, as if not fully part of this world. Ren had never been so scared in her life. She couldn't move, couldn't scream, she could only shut her eyes tight and start praying. She prayed until she felt me wake up. She wasn't sure if I had seen the same thing, but when I screamed, she knew it wasn't just her imagination. Something had been in the room with us. She feared this entity wanted something more than just to frighten her. The fact that it had followed her home made her feel vulnerable, as though it had a deeper purpose. I was speechless. I didn't know what to say. I was happy for them, but at the same time, I was terrified of what this all meant. We prayed together that morning, and later that day, Jay booked tickets for them to return home immediately. Ren insisted on leaving as soon as possible. I left a day later. I still keep in touch with her, and so far, she hasn't encountered that woman again. But the thought of what happened that night, on the road and in that room, still lingers in my mind. Some things are beyond explanation, and some experiences stay with you forever. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When I was around 9 or 10, I started noticing strange things in the corner of my eye. The house we lived in had the bedrooms at the end, and to reach any of them, you had to walk through a hallway. My room was at the far end, while my parents' room was on the right, closer to the entrance of the hallway. At that time, my little sister was about 4 or 5, and whenever she was upset or my older sister annoyed her, she would run straight to my parents' bedroom for comfort. One day, as I walked past their room, I caught a glimpse of something. A little girl crouched by the bed, wearing a red shirt and black shorts. Her head was buried in her arms, and all I could see was her black hair. Assuming it was my sister crying, I decided to check on her. But when I stepped back into the room, there was no one there. The space was empty. I tried to shake it off, telling myself my eyes had played a trick on me, but the feeling never really went away. That hallway always made me uneasy. I was too scared to walk through it, always feeling like there was something unseen lingering there. Years passed, and we moved again. This time, we lived in a single-story house right in the middle of a cul-de-sac. I was around 13 or 14 then, and my mom had given me a mobile phone, only to use for emergencies or to call my dad if he was late picking me up from school. At that time, I shared a bedroom with my little sister. We had a bunk bed, and I slept on the top bunk. One night, at around 2:45 a.m., my phone suddenly rang. The loud ringtone jolted me awake, sending my heart racing. I climbed down, grabbed the phone, and saw that the caller ID simply said no name. Half asleep, I mumbled, "Hello?" But there was only silence. I said hello a few more times, waiting for a response, but there was nothing. Eventually, I hung up, convinced it was just some prank call from the boys at school. The next night, it happened again, this time, closer to 3 a.m. My phone rang loudly, and when I answered, there was the same eerie silence on the other end. Again, I assumed it was just a stupid joke and told my friends about it the next day. They agreed it was probably just some classmates messing around. The following night, I remembered to put my phone on silent before bed. I thought that would be the end of it. But at around 3 a.m., my phone started vibrating so aggressively on the table that it sounded as loud as my ringtone. When I picked it up, no name appeared on the screen again. I hesitated before answering, but just like before, there was no response. only silence. That's when I started freaking out. I had always been told that 3 a.m. was the devil's hour. This had now happened 3 nights in a row, each time getting closer to 3 a.m. 3 calls. 3 nights. Leading up to 3 a.m. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The calls never came again. For years after that, I had this strange feeling, like someone was always behind me, following me. It wasn't the kind of fear where I worried about my safety. It was more like a constant presence that I couldn't shake off. I even learned to walk close to walls, almost like a crab, just to avoid the feeling of someone creeping up behind me. I felt it in the school hallways when I walked alone. I felt it at home. I felt it walking to the bus stop. Anywhere I went by myself, I had that same unsettling sensation. I told myself it was just paranoia, something that would go away with time. And eventually it did. By the time I turned 18 or 19, the feeling disappeared entirely. Looking back, I like to think it was my granddad watching over me. My mom always said that even when I was a baby, my granddad was protecting me. My birthday falls right between his death date and the anniversary of his marriage to my grandma. Maybe, just maybe, he was looking after me all those years, until I was grown enough to take care of myself. Two years ago, in a quiet suburb of Durban, I had an experience that still lingers in my mind. I've lived in this area for over 2 decades, and being such a small, close-knit community, all our neighbors became like family. There was one household, however, that always remained distant. The family that lived directly across from us rarely interacted with anyone. The woman of the house, let's call her Annie, would occasionally smile and greet me when she saw me outside, but she never lingered to chat. As time passed, she began opening up, cautiously talking to a few neighbors when her husband and family members weren't around. Eventually, we came to understand that it was her husband who discouraged her from socializing. Whenever she did speak to someone, she made sure to keep it a secret. My mother and Annie grew close, and she started spending hours at our house while her husband was away. It was during those visits that she revealed something unsettling. She felt a presence in her home, an overwhelming fear that she couldn't explain. She was terrified of being alone, yet she had no choice but to live in isolation. My mother suspected she might be suffering from anxiety or depression, and gently suggested that she seek professional help. That was the last real conversation they ever had. After that day, Annie withdrew completely. She stopped coming over, and we didn't see her for weeks. Concerned, my parents approached her husband, Randy, but he wasn't exactly welcoming. He coldly informed them that Annie was ill and confined to bed. He claimed she was struggling with schizophrenia or dementia, that her behavior had become erratic and violent. According to him, she wasn't allowed visitors, per the doctor's orders. Though my parents were deeply concerned, they didn't push further. But soon, the neighbors started noticing strange things, disturbing screams and cries from Annie's house at all hours of the night. There were times when loud arguments could be heard between a man and a woman, voices filled with rage and desperation. One night, the yelling became so intense that a concerned neighbor called the police, reporting a possible domestic dispute. When the officers arrived, they rang the doorbell and were eventually let in by Randy. To their confusion, the house was silent. Annie was in bed, her children were asleep, and there were no visible signs of struggle or distress. The police left, frustrated at what they believed to be a false report. But the voices and screams continued, unsettling the entire neighborhood. Months went by, and still, no one saw Annie. My parents eventually stopped trying to get in touch. Then, on the morning of July 29, 2014, my dad was taking out the trash when he saw Annie for the first time in months. She was walking down her driveway, carrying garbage bags. But something about her was different. She looked pale, almost skeletal, her body weak and frail. She paused for a moment, staring at my dad with a vacant expression, her eyes devoid of the warmth they once held. Then, without a word, she turned and disappeared back into her house. That was the last time anyone saw Annie alive. The next afternoon, an ear-piercing sound rang out from the house. A gunshot. Randy's frantic screams shattered the stillness of the street. My parents, alarmed, rushed to the gate but couldn't get in. They called out for help until Randy finally pressed the buzzer, opening the gate. They ran inside, joined by a couple of other neighbors, and found him standing in a pool of blood. Annie had shot herself through the right temple. She was gone. There was nothing anyone could do. The police and emergency responders arrived, but it was too late. Her death left the neighborhood shaken. Everyone whispered about it for weeks, asking the same questions. Why? What pushed her to this? The official ruling was suicide, a tragic end to what was assumed to be a battle with mental illness. But was it? Had she truly lost her grip on reality, or was there something more sinister at play? Had she been suffering from a presence in the house, something so terrifying that she saw no other escape? We'll never know. Randy wasted no time putting the house up for sale. He and the kids moved out as soon as he could arrange it. That should have been the end of it. But 3 days before they left, something happened that still haunts me. I was standing at my driveway gate, lost in thought, when I glanced across at Annie's house. For the briefest moment, just a split second, I saw her. She was standing there smiling. It wasn't a sad smile, nor was it one of joy. It was something else, something I still can't quite define. Then she was gone. I don't know if it was a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination, or something else entirely. But for that one fleeting moment, I felt something powerful. A wave of emotion swept over me, and I knew I would never forget that smile. Whatever Annie had been through, whatever had tormented her, I hoped that now, at last, she had found peace. It was winter vacation, and my parents were too caught up with work to take time off and visit our relatives in the village. With 2 baby sisters at home, they decided to send me alone to see my grandparents. First, I was to stay at my dad's mother's house for a day, and then my uncle, my mom's younger brother, would come to pick me up and take me to his mother's house, my favorite grandmother's place, where I'd stay for 2 weeks. I was excited beyond words, dreaming of fishing, running around with my village cousins, and enjoying every moment of my holiday. Both my grandmothers lived in separate villages, with another small village in between. On the day my uncle arrived to pick me up, it was already 2 in the afternoon. We planned to reach my other grandmother's home by 6 in the evening. Assam winters are bone-chilling, and by 4 p.m., it's already dark. By 6, it's pitch black, especially in villages where electricity was still a luxury at the time. As expected, my paternal grandmother was emotional about letting me go. She prepared a big meal for both of us, wrapped me up in layers of sweaters, and pulled a monkey cap over my head. My uncle, ever the practical one, tied a pillow to the rod of his bicycle, right between the handlebars and the frame, and made me sit on it. To light our path, he had 2 lanterns hanging from a stick tied to the back of the bicycle, and I was given a large torch to act as our headlight. The journey started smoothly. My uncle pedaled while we chatted away, enjoying the crisp winter air. As the fog thickened, the cold seeped in deeper. To keep our spirits up, he asked me to sing my favorite song. I started belting out, Hein Desh Kunawasi, as we rode along the quiet village roads. About an hour and a half into the journey, we entered a long, desolate stretch flanked by thick bamboo farms on either side. I noticed my uncle tense up, his grip on the handlebars tightening. Sensing his unease, I playfully teased him. "Mama, are you scared of the dark?" I giggled, but my laughter sounded eerie, even to my own ears. And then I heard it. The clear, rhythmic sound of anklets jingling in the distance. It was strange. Assamese women don't wear anklets, but I had heard that distinct metallic chime in Hindi movies before. "Mama, listen. Do you hear that? It sounds like anklets," I whispered. He responded quickly, his voice firm. "Yes. But don't pay attention. Just keep singing, as loud as you can." That's when I saw them. 2 women, dressed in traditional attire, walking, or rather, floating, down the road ahead of us. The torchlight illuminated them just enough for me to see their figures, yet something felt terribly wrong. They emerged from the dense bamboo fields on the left, gliding onto the road. They didn't walk like normal people. Instead, they hovered slightly above the ground, moving with an eerie grace. Then, just as silently, they crossed over to the other side and disappeared into the dark bamboo thicket. My instincts screamed at me to turn and get a better look, but before I could, my uncle hissed, "Don't!" His voice was sharp, urgent. He kept pedaling harder, his breathing heavy. I now realized that despite how fast he rode, we never seemed to get closer to the two women. No matter how much effort he put into pedaling, the distance between us and them remained the same. They floated ahead at the same pace, neither getting closer nor farther away. The moment the dirt track ended and opened into a broader, uneven road, they vanished. We arrived at my grandmother's house at 5:30 p.m., but in the village's deep darkness, it felt like midnight in a silent, abandoned town. My uncle, without even getting off his cycle properly, called out for his mother. My grandmother came running out with a lantern, alarmed. The moment he lifted me off the bicycle, my uncle collapsed. He fainted right there at the gate, his body drenched in sweat despite the freezing air. Even today, when I bring up that night, my uncle refuses to talk about it. He simply says, "Not everything in this world has a logical explanation." I still wonder about that moment, and though I like to believe his fainting was just exhaustion from the long ride, a part of me knows the truth. He was terrified beyond words by what we had seen. Back in 2005, while studying at Jova PG College, I was also working as a home tutor and living in a rented house with some of my college friends. The house belonged to a widow in her early 50s, who lived there with her 13-year-old son and 18-year-old daughter. She had rented out most of the rooms to students like us while keeping 2 rooms for herself and her children. That summer, all my housemates had gone home for vacation, and the landlady had also left with her children. Since I had tuition classes and was preparing for competitive exams, I stayed back. This meant I was the only person in the entire house. My daily routine included attending tuition classes in the morning, and then playing cricket at Vivekanand Hostel with friends in the evening. One evening, while returning from cricket, a neighborhood boy approached me. He looked serious, almost angry, and asked, "Is there someone else staying in the house with you?" Surprised, I replied, "No, I'm alone." "Why do you ask?" He shook his head, unconvinced. "That's impossible. There must be someone up there." I was puzzled and insisted, "No one is there. I locked the house myself before leaving. What's going on?" What he said next sent chills down my spine. "The ladies outside saw someone upstairs light a beady and throw the matchstick down." I froze. That was impossible. The house had been locked, and I was the only one with a key. He pointed towards the group of women who had seen it, but I was too shaken to approach them. Instead, I rushed inside and searched every corner of the house. But as expected, there was no one there. I tried to brush it off, thinking it was just a prank by the neighborhood boy. For the next few days, nothing unusual happened, and I slowly started to forget about the incident. Then came the night that shook me to my core. It was a dark, eerie night. Since it was summer, I slept on the roof to escape the heat inside the house. Sometime during the night, deep in sleep, I suddenly heard a voice, calm yet commanding, whispering in the local Hadodi dialect. "Sab Gaya. Tu athkain karayo che? Everyone has left. What are you still doing here?" The voice was so close, almost as if someone was speaking right into my ear. I jolted awake, heart pounding. I quickly scanned the entire rooftop, but no one was there. There were no adjoining rooftops from where someone could have come. I peered down at the other houses, completely empty. I had never been so terrified in my life. Without a second thought, I grabbed my things and ran straight to my friends at Vivekanand Hostel. I spent the rest of the night there, shaken and unable to sleep. And that was the last night I ever stayed alone in that house. When the holidays ended, and the landlady and other tenants returned, I moved back, but only because I knew I wouldn't be alone anymore. One day, while teaching the landlady's son during tuition, I decided to ask him directly about what had happened. At first, he hesitated, but when I threatened to leave both the house and the tuition job, he finally spoke. His explanation sent another wave of chills down my spine. His father, a policeman, had died years ago in a road accident while chasing a smuggler. Since then, his presence had often been felt, especially on the rooftop. The family had grown used to it. "He never harmed anyone," the boy assured me. Never harmed anyone? I almost died of fear that night. Suddenly it all made sense, why the rent was so cheap, why the house always had an eerie air to it. But knowing the truth didn't make it any less terrifying. From that day on, I never stayed alone in that house again. Growing up in a religious family, I always had my doubts about the existence of God and the devil. These doubts remained with me throughout my childhood, but certain experiences made me question everything. When I was about 6 or 7, my mother and I would often visit a family member who lived a few hours away. Every time we were at their house, I would play with what I thought was their pet dog. It was pitch black, with dark eyes the same color as its fur, and about the size of a golden retriever. It was always in the kitchen, and I assumed it belonged to them. One day, during a visit, the dog was gone. I searched every room but couldn't find it. Confused, I asked my cousin where her dog was, but she looked at me strangely and said they never had a dog. I thought she was lying to spare my feelings, so I argued with her, insisting that I had played with it many times. She eventually sat me down and explained that she had never owned a dog, she was allergic to them. I didn't believe her at the time, but looking back, I now understand something was very wrong about that situation. Years passed, and when I was 13, I became seriously ill. What started as a simple sickness worsened quickly. I couldn't breathe, my body felt weak, and my skin became ice cold. My parents rushed me to the ER, where doctors tried various medications, but nothing worked. I drifted in and out of consciousness before slipping into a coma. The last thing I remember before losing awareness was seeing a man standing outside my hospital room, staring at me through the glass door. Then everything went dark. While in the coma, I had an out-of-body experience. I saw myself lying in the hospital bed, tubes connected to my body, and the sight terrified me. But what scared me more was what I saw next. My great-grandmother, who had passed away, was standing next to my body, surrounded by shadowy black mist-like figures. She smiled at me and told me to come down and join her. I did as she said, but something was off. Her eyes weren't brown like I remembered. They were black. When I finally woke up a week later, I was transferred to the children's hospital. Seeing the room for the first time while awake sent chills through me. It was exactly as I had seen during my experience, down to the colors, the layout, everything. A few months later, after the holidays, something else happened. I was taking down the Christmas tree when I noticed a shadow reflected in one of the ornaments. I turned around, but no one was there. Assuming I had imagined it, I went back to work, but then I saw the shadow again. This time, it was moving toward me. Panic set in, and I ran to my room, jumping into bed and pulling the covers over me. That night, I heard whispers surrounding me. My skin felt like it was being pricked by tiny needles until I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling different. It was as if I wasn't fully in control of myself. My room had closet doors with giant mirrors, and as I glanced at my reflection, my heart dropped. My eyes were pitch black. My face started morphing into different faces, some familiar, some monstrous. Then the voices started. Inhuman, guttural voices filled my head, and a crushing pressure overwhelmed my skull, as if something inside me was trying to claw its way out. My arms and legs burned with pain, like something was tearing through me from the inside. I screamed and cried, barely able to breathe, when my sister ran into the room. She froze in horror, then began praying and rebuking whatever had taken hold of me. As she prayed, the voices grew louder, more frantic. The pain became unbearable. But just before she finished, everything stopped. Only one voice remained. Deep, menacing, and unmistakably evil, it spoke clearly. "I'll be back for you." The room brightened, the pressure lifted, and I collapsed in exhaustion. Since that day, I have never been the same. I no longer question whether God and the devil exist. I know they do. That kind of possession or attack hasn't happened again, but I still hear voices sometimes. I still see shadows moving where they shouldn't be. And I can never shake the feeling that whatever it was, it meant what it said. It was September 2013 when I first heard a group of girls talking about strange crying noises and eerie shrieks that echoed through the hostel after 1 a.m. At the time, I dismissed it as just another rumor, something bored students made up to entertain themselves. I had never stayed up late enough to hear anything unusual, as I usually went to bed around 11 p.m. One night, however, things changed. My mom was staying with me in the hostel because I had been sick. That night, after a late visit to the hospital, I decided to study until 12:30 a.m. to make up for lost time. We finally went to bed around 1 a.m. Just 15 minutes later, we both heard it, a chilling, painful shriek from outside, as if someone was in agony. It wasn't just a single cry. It was long and agonizing, like someone being tortured. My heart pounded as I remembered the stories the other girls had told. I was terrified, but having my mother with me gave me some comfort. She, too, was startled by the noise but told me to ignore it and go to sleep. I tried convincing myself that it was just a prank, maybe someone from another hostel trying to scare the girls. Many students had complained to the warden, but nothing ever came of it. That wasn't the only strange thing that happened in my room. Late at night, I would hear the sound of a basketball being dribbled in my balcony. At first, I thought it was just the air conditioner making strange noises, so I turned it off. But the dribbling sound continued. The balcony was shared with my friend in the next room, so I asked her the next day if she had heard anything. She hadn't. Another incident left me completely puzzled. Every night before bed, I always made sure to switch off my phone. One night, as usual, I turned it off and went to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard my phone ring. Too tired to pick it up, I ignored it. The next morning, I reached for my phone, only to find it was still switched off. The call had been impossible. After a year in that hostel, I moved to a PG. Not because of the strange occurrences, but simply because the room was too small. However, the eerie experiences didn't stop there. Every night, after switching off the lights and getting into bed, I would hear the sound of someone walking in my room, wearing my slippers. The soft shuffling on the floor was unmistakable. But whenever I checked, there was nothing there. My room was on the second floor, sandwiched between two others. The terrace above wasn't very strong, and if anyone walked or ran on it, the noise could easily be heard below. One night, while studying, I heard the sound of a nail being tapped into a wall, coming from above. It was faint at first, but gradually grew louder. Assuming someone was doing some repairs, I went up to the terrace to ask them to lower the noise. When I got there, the terrace was empty. No workers, no tools, nothing. Feeling unsettled, I returned to my room, and the noise started again. Then came one of the most unnerving experiences. It was Diwali vacation time, and my mother and sister had come to pick me up. As usual, my sister and I were bickering, sitting near the window. From there, I could see the balcony of the room next to mine. In the middle of our argument, I noticed a shadowy figure enter the balcony and sit near my window. I assumed it was my neighbor's father, perhaps waiting to take her home. I ignored it and continued arguing. But as we were leaving, I noticed something that sent shivers down my spine. Her door was locked. She had left a day before me. I clearly remembered the figure, a tall, heavy-set man, but shadowy, lacking clear features. A chill ran through me. I decided not to mention it to the girl when she returned. I didn't want to scare her or get scolded by the owner for spreading unnecessary fear. Besides, I was too excited about my vacation to dwell on it. But nothing compared to the night that truly terrified me. That night, I went to bed as usual around 11 p.m. and quickly fell asleep. Sometime later, I suddenly woke up, feeling uneasy. As I tried to drift back to sleep, I felt something tug at my blanket. A deep, heavy breathing sound filled the room, coming from the corner of my bed. Heart pounding, I slowly removed the blanket from my face to look, but there was nothing. Just empty darkness. Yet the breathing continued, loud and raspy, as if someone invisible was standing right there. I was paralyzed with fear. Instead of running out of the room, I did the only thing I could think of. I pulled the blanket over my head and pressed a pillow against my face. My whole body was covered in sweat. My heart raced so fast I thought it would burst. The breathing eventually faded, and somehow, I forced myself to sleep. The next morning, I told my mother about it, but she dismissed it as my imagination. I somehow made it through 2 years in that place, and I am beyond relieved that those days are behind me. I don't know what was real and what wasn't, but I do know one thing. I never want to experience anything like that again.